breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome to Radio Generation. It is the People's Breakfast. The time right now is 1 minute past 6 o'clock. So excited because, number one, it's a Friday, but also because we're getting closer and closer to the end of the year. City, habari asubuhi.
Paul.
Yes.
Habari asubuhi ni mzuri.
Iko salama kabisa.
Yes.
Unafeel yani uko poa kabisa. Unafeel yani ni kama saizi yani ukapata chochote you can conquer.
Hapana.
Okay.
I don't quite feel that way.
Trying to motivate you for Friday.
No, but I feel
I wanted to preach to you about Friday and be like, City, this is your day. You can achieve anything. I wanted to be a motivational speaker.
Mazia zingine mimi, I feel the
Kuna vile the extra, eh?
No, the extra bwana. You can end up getting a hernia.
Yeah.
But
it's all about the tone of variation. Because City, we believe.
You'll get some facial spasm.
Have you ever met a preacher who preaches to you until you feel like
forget preaches to me? I've met a preacher who's talking to me.
Yeah.
As though he's preaching. Yes.
Or even when they're talking normally.
Tunaongea tu.
Amuko kwa pulpit.
Bro. Ni mimi.
Because City, I can see that indeed you belong to a special place. There's something about you.
Nambe bro. Ni mimi.
And that's why I am proud to be Catholic, because our priests are usually just chilled out. Nanga story mingi.
So sisi ambao tuna hiyo voice
sijasema kitu kingine. Unajua shida yako City ni kwanza kuinterpret vitu zako. Mimi nimesema
before I came here,
yes,
I used to interpret the truth.
Right.
This is your influence. When do you interpret vitu zako? Sasa unaona nimeshika.
Yes. All right. Sisi unajua inakwanga tu ukishafanywa tu sign of the cross, ni hivyo, it's a wrap. Hizi stories zingine nyingi at you I can see something, it's shiny. Hizo exist. Those people can actually make you feel like you're possessed, even if there's nothing that is ailing you.
Wajua, prosperity gospel.
Yes.
Ukausikize vizuri. Quite a hoot. Mtu ako job.
Yeah.
Take it that way.
Yeah.
Sawa. Sio ni job.
Tujue hii ni mboka. Like they call it in the streets.
Yes. So yeah. Kitambo wewe uandike check.
Yes.
Utoe pesa. Bro, si lazima kupatia sababu.
Ni kweli.
Yeah.
Ni kweli. Even SDAs, I feel that I see them being very chilled out. Muslims also. I have never met a Muslim cleric who's over the top, all over the place.
They exist.
Really?
I remember in Mombasa, there used to be a preacher. He later became a politician.
Right.
It was also called Balala.
Okay. Is it Najib Balala?
No, not Najib.
Oh, this is a different Balala.
Yes.
Okay.
This man was a fiery Islamic evangelist.
All right.
Fiery. I know, because there used to be another Christian preacher, that same pulpit of Mombetari. There were never any wars, but one was fiery on one end, one was fiery on the other end.
Yes,
they are. Evangelists tend to be
by
fiery.
nature, yeah. But because I've never, in my very many years of existence on this earth, I have never met a single. Nasikianga tu ile wanitananga asubuhi for people to go for prayers, and I wouldn't call that shouting. It's just they're using a megaphone, and then of course they keep on calling people throughout the day.
The call to prayer is a megaphone. They're not shouting.
Yeah,
but I have listened. Well, I grew up in Mombasa, so I've had occasion to listen to Islamic preachers.
Yes.
It's actually very interesting to listen to.
Yeah, I actually follow a few on my social media.
Yes.
I do follow a few. And the reason I actually listen to them is, number one, there's some things that they say that are very profound, and we can apply them in every area of our life. So yes, I see a couple, and they're not, like I'm saying, when I compare them with my brothers in Christ, friend,
there are no hell's brimstone and fire. Kuna ile utachomeka.
Ile mpaka unaona mtu anatembea akifanya hivi, anainua mikono na anafanya, yani mpaka you feel like this guy is in the spirit.
No, mpaka anatoka jasho.
Yeah. Kidogo they have a kitambaa, they have to wipe after every 2 seconds.
Mara nyingi si kitambaa even.
It's a towel.
It's a small towel.
Yes.
Kwa sababu manzi ile jasho inatirika.
Yes.
Kwanza Mombasa, you can be drenched in sweat.
Well, the place is hot. Yes. Also, these clerics from this other side, waindi wenzetu, you know, I've never seen them also in that spirit, in that energy.
Wow, hawana hiyo.
Yeah.
Kabisa hawana.
They usually chilled out, even the way they talk to you. Yes. They once came to Nairobi school. And I think these ones were the Krishnas. They came and they were giving us some booklets, and we sat somewhere and we sang together. And I can tell you, hawa wanakuanga very melo kama Wakatoliki. Very chilled out.
The Anglican High Church is not that different from the Catholic Church. And remember, when you talk about Protestants, it is actually a Protestant Catholic Church.
Yes.
They're Catholics. So very many of their processes and procedures are Catholic.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. There you have it. The time right now is 6 minutes past 6 o'clock, and today is 21st November 2025. What are we remembering today? Let me see. I usually have written these things down, so if there's nothing today, well, we'll just move on.
It is possible for there to be nothing today, Paul.
Yeah, true. 21st of November. World Television Day. Where? World Television Day. That is what we celebrate today. For those of us who grew up in the television era, remember we used to have that black and white TV. Then we moved into a color television set. The black and white tuliuza, but the colored one to maybe I think 3 colored TVs. Ever since they were bought. So my dad would buy a TV perhaps every 2 years when I was young, because kuna waizo walikuwa wanakuja tu wanavunja wanaenda nayo.
How did they know you had the TV?
Because number one, TVs tend to be loud back in the 90s, and you know, very few neighborhoods would have very few households would have these TVs, especially where we used to live. We used to live in the middle of nowhere, and our neighbors were very few also. And then when walikuja kujoin later, sijui walikuwa nangojea nini ndio wanunue TV, walikuja kununua ma TV kitambo after a while. So sisi for a very long time tulikuanga na TV plus a few others, but in the area we were very few.
Which means your buddies used to come to watch TV, would talk about your TV.
Then there is that, by the way.
So kuna watu walijua kwamba mko na TV because watu waliongea juu ya TV.
Yes, Saturday morning ungepata tu neighbor wetu tumejazana hapo kwa nyumba, my peers of course, watching TV cartoons. That time we had Akina Danger Mouse, Bugs Bunny. Those are the cartoons.
Did it ever occur to you that those animations were very violent?
Yes, they were actually. Akina Tom and Jerry were very violent cartoons.
I realized this later on when I was they were extremely violent.
Yeah, but we found them funny because it was a funny kind of violence. It wasn't really the violence.
Nobody died.
Nobody, exactly. Roadrunner.
So
kept on being.
A huge rock falls on your head.
Exactly.
You just shrink, but you're alive.
And then you spring back up. Tom and Jerry. Tom used to hammer Jerry all the time, and vice versa, and no one died. So
Tom and Jerry's done with the Tweety Bird.
No. Yes, there is a Tweety Bird, but Tom was the cat, Jerry was the mouse.
Tom was the cat.
Yes, Tweety Bird was actually a spin-off of Tom and Jerry, but they still were in the same universe.
That cat used to get injured.
Manze. What about the Roadrunner? Your chicken. Ilikuwa na kimshwa na coyote fulani, coyote. Yeah, coyote. So in the state they call it coyote. So this coyote that used to run after this chicken.
That coyote used to get injured.
Very many times. Mara it's hit by a train and it doesn't die. It's run over by a truck, it doesn't die. It falls from a mountain, it doesn't die. Yeah. So
the only thing it didn't do, it didn't fly.
That's the only thing it never did. Yeah. I remember those cartoons used to walk on air. So anyway, tulikuanga na hiyo TV na
you
after every few...
advertised that you had a color TV, so the thieves knew you had a color TV.
And then of course watoto huko nje tunaenda kuwatch cartoon kina Paulo. Yeah.
Yes. So they would know.
That's that. A big shout out to everyone who's tuned in. So today is World Television Day. If you're watching us on that invention, whether it's on your phone, your laptop, your whatever it is because someone someday somewhere invented it and decided that they were going to share that technology with the world. And so today we celebrate them and we enjoy it. So Mauritania leo wanasemaje, Mr. CT Muga?
Leo wanasema hivi, siku ya mwisho, Ijumaa.
Yes.
The bigger the head, the bigger the headaches.
The bigger the head, the bigger the headaches.
Yes, that's what it says.
Okay, kind of makes sense.
The capital city of this particular wonderful country is called Nouakchott.
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 Nauckchott. Nouakchott. Yes.
Nouakchott.
Yes. It's very interesting about the ethnic groupings, all right? They have white Moors who are 30%. These are people of Arab origin. They have black Moors, 30%.
Yes.
These are Fulani, Mende, Wolof, Nakadhalika. Okay? My friend.
Yep.
Awatu. It's a fairly interesting mixed country. But, as I said, very, very rich in natural resources.
You'd expect a desert perhaps to be barren land, but it's only barren as far as maybe plant. And actually, if you were to water those particular areas,
plants grow in the desert.
Exactly. If you were to water that area, you'd be shocked. There is this theory, and I actually tend to believe it, that that particular area. See, this is the Sahara region. Sahel region. It was a lush rainforest at one point in time.
It was. So the remnants of what it is that made the rainforest are just buried there.
Yes.
This actually it's a member of the Arab League. But the real misfortune about this country, it's one of the poorest countries on the planet.
Okay.
Despite all the things I told you that are wonderful about it.
Right.
It's one of the poorest countries on the planet.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it's very sad.
Tragic, man.
All right. Let's get on to radiogeneration.co.ke and see what exactly is trending as far as the stories are concerned.
By the way, before we even trend,
yes,
there's something I need to mention here.
Please mention.
There's this small little matter. We are in for a treat. The 28th of November to the 30th this year. One of a kind event.
Yeah.
Okay? It is called the Somali Cultural and Arts Festival 2025. 2025 is this year. Okay?
Yeah.
There was a 2021 edition, which was successful, and it drew over 200,000 visitors. All right?
Yes.
Now, let me tell you, it generated serious moolah for the two rivers. Okay? But now it is bigger, it is brighter, and it is even more vibrant. And you know what? It's a true celebration of Somali heritage. Okay?
Yes, indeed.
Food, fashion, fashion.
Yeah. Fashion. Najua ile fashion. Yani ile nam.
Art and entertainment. But more importantly, all these activities unite communities from this wonderful city of Nairobi and beyond. Okay? 28th to the 30th of what?
November.
Two Rivers Mall.
Right. And in case you're wondering what that's all about, well, it's a Somali cultural festival. If you want to have a nice food, laugh, and laughter, and just being together with your folks, please make a point of going to this particular festival. Unajua kuna watu wengi, by the way, they only think that other communities have cultural festivals like the Luo festival because they're very loud, of course. Kamba festival, very loud. Mugithi night and Mugithi festival, Kikuyu cultural festival. Juzi nimeona ya Waturkana, kuna ingine niliona ya Wamasai. Well, this time round, the Somali community is actually inviting you to go and enjoy their culture, get to know what their attire, for example. Unajua wanadhaningi ati Wasomali wanavanga kanzu peke yake. Wasomali wako na other kinds of attire.
Oh, they do. They do. Ceremonial, mourning.
They also do have
about
dances.
Oh yeah.
They have dances
for men, for women.
Wakamba wanasemanga ni kililimbe. Wasomali pia wako na kililimbe hao. So if you want to go and see the Tony Nyadundo of Somalia, of the Somali community, you can head on over to the Two Rivers Mall. We shall be giving you more details of that as we move forward. And this, by the way, is a big one. For them to host it at the Two Rivers, it's because even in the previous years, they have had like some really big stuff to show. So you need to acquaint yourself. And right here on the People's Breakfast, we shall definitely be letting you know what that is all about. Right now, though, like I said, let's check out what is trending. Did you watch the President's State of the Nation address yesterday?
Did I listen to the President's address?
Oh, you listened? Good. So hivi ndivyo president alisema kwa ufupi yani. And this is a story by Tania Wanjiko. Tania amesema Kenya is preparing for a new phase of agricultural expansion after President William Ruto announced a far-reaching water investment plan aimed at reducing the country's heavy food import bill. The president told parliament that the government will move ahead with the construction of 50 mega dams alongside hundreds of medium and small dams to make irrigation the backbone of national food production. He also said that the move is meant to stabilize farming across regions that have been dependent on unreliable rainfall. In his State of the Nation address, the president said limited rainfall can no longer determine the country's food supply. And I agree with him. We need to innovate and see.
We do not have limited rainfall. No. We do not have a policy and a plan to harvest and make maximum use of the rainfall that we have. We have a hell of a lot of rain in this country.
Right.
It may be intermittent and we may not be sure when we have it, but we have it by the tons.
Yeah.
Yes. So this limited rainfall story, no, forget about it. We have rain.
Okay.
We have rain.
What I was saying in terms of, I agree with him, we need to innovate beyond just rain. Israel, for example.
Why don't we start with innovating for the rain that we actually have? This rain drops, it washes people away, it washes buildings away, it causes mudslide, and then it all drains and goes into the ocean.
Ndio maana Mheshimiwa Rais amesema tunajenga nini? Dams kwa Kiswahili. Tunajenga hizo dams. And I hope we will realize that when, you know, and in terms of not just saying it kwa maneno lakini kwa vitendo pia. But there's this situation I wanted to highlight about places like Israel, where, like, if you look at those nations, Israel, Egypt, those people are literally in the desert. Yeah. And they have found ways of harnessing their rivers, harnessing the rain and other resources that, you know, lakes and whatever that can be found in their regions. To a point whereby Israel actually is one of the leading exporters of agricultural produce in the entire world.
Yeah.
Kwa sababu wamepata mbinu na njia za kufanya nini? To you know, harness the little resource they have. So they are producing for themselves and they have surplus to supply the world. Not that they supply at a specific country or a continent, the world. So why are we not doing it here in Kenya? Yet we have rivers, we have lakes, we have the ocean, literally, and miles of ocean and seashore, if I may call it that. So if they can do that, I think we can do it. Na as much as President amesema lazima kukuwe na translation on the ground pia in terms of how his government, whether it's the departments or whoever is in charge of this thing, how they will implement it, because you know you might be having the dream, but you're the only one dreaming and your people are not seeing what you're seeing. So I just hope and pray that they will deliver on that. So the president said a lot of things and we shall be debunking it, or rather breaking it down as the show goes on. There's a story here, CT, and it's about this week we celebrated this entire week is drug resistant, antimicrobial resistant week, and WHO, the Ministry of Health, have been, you know, just trying to sensitize people on some of these issues that we are facing as far as that antimicrobial resistant drugs and you know, microbes are concerned. And they're saying that there's a rising drug resistant gonorrhea around the globe because of, again, abuse of drugs. So this is what they're saying. The World Health Organization has issued a stark warning about the growing threat of antibiotic-resistant, gonorrhea, a sexually transmitted infection that is becoming harder to treat worldwide. Recent findings from WHO's enhanced gonococcal antimicrobial surveillance program show a sharp increase in resistance to essential antibiotics, highlighting a rising public health challenge between 2022 and 2024. So several countries reported a worrying number of cases where standard treatment no longer works. You remember we were talking about tuberculosis also?
Yes.
Which is, we have like a strain of tuberculosis that is drug resistant. So they're saying there are some drugs that are no longer working. For example, there's resistance to ceftriaxone, one of the main antibiotics used to treat some of these diseases, which has increased from 0.8% to 5%. That is a huge increase. Yeah. While cefixime resistance climbed from 1.7% to 11%. My friend, if we cannot treat common infections with the available drugs, that means that our doctors and researchers have to go to the drawing board.
Actually, you can't treat them. What happens is this. There's something called adherence when it comes to medication that you're supposed to take over a period of time. The research into these drugs, when they test them, they realize that the point at which they are actually effective in eliminating whatever microbes are causing this disease is 3 days, 4 days, a week, and so forth, if they're taken consistently with the duration of X number of hours. Now, when you adhere, okay, that's the adherence, then you actually end up eliminating that particular microbe. If you do not adhere, what you then do, you threaten the microbe, and then you give it an opportunity to now adapt to that particular drug, and then it becomes resistant. Now, that is what then happens. Because our understanding of illness, the way we Kenyans, we Africans understand illness, I must be feeling bad or unwell for me to be ill. The moment I feel better, then I'm cured. Adherence has nothing to do with what we feel. Adherence has to do with the elimination of this microbe, something you can't witness visibly. Now, this is why the adherence factor is at the heart of it, or the non-adherence factor is at the heart of this discussion. People, self-medicating, people determining when it is that they are better as opposed to what it is that they've been told. But where now what you've said matters. When we talk about treatment, a lot more time and energy needs to be spent in getting people to understand that in reality, you need to spend more time getting people to understand what adherence and why adherence is important whenever they are given drugs. It's important. Yes.
Because again, what you're saying in terms of you're given this medication, and the moment you start feeling better, you stop taking that particular medicine. So that means you don't complete your dose. Some medicines you're given and you're supposed to take that particular drug for even a month. 10 days into the treatment, unaona hii kitu nimepona bana. And because these drugs have got certain side effects, for example, they probably give you diarrhea
or
nausea. You say, hii kitu bana, sinishapona.
That's it. You are building resistance.
Some of them will give you rashes and you're like, sinishapona. Sasa bada niendelee kujikuna si niko tu sawa sasa. Instead of, and if you have adverse side effects like we've mentioned, diarrhea, and they usually indicate very well. If it persists beyond X number of days, for instance, just go back to your doctor
and tell them too.
Yes. So chances are they will give you a different dosage, or they will give you an antidote for the side effect that you're currently facing.
Or they may even change the drug completely and give you something else which does the same thing.
Exactly.
Yes.
But you not finishing the dose to the date that it was supposed to be completed. So that means that first of all, you have taught that drug survival skills, because it only needs to survive long enough until that medicine, the half-life of that medicine is done. Then it rises up again. So by the time you're going for a different dose, and by the way, it might manifest after a while. So just because you feel like you're treated in 10 days and then 2 days later you still do not have an infection, that thing can even hide in your body for months, sometimes even years. Alafu iamke tena. So if you're given medicine and you're supposed to do it for 3 weeks, imagine just do the whole 3 weeks. Now nakwambianga, if symptoms persist, seek medical advice. That's one of the. And then the other issue of self-medicating. Do you know kwetu shago? Kuna wanga na shida ya, and when I say kwetu, I mean like in Ukambani area. Kuna wanga na shida ya, the moment you start getting a fever, people just assume it's malaria. A fever like this, unasikia mtu anasema niko na malaria, and they rush to the chemist and they buy an anti-malaria drug and they take it, and then strangely enough they might even get better. Chances are you do not know that perhaps you were just treating a different kind of infection that even the body itself just healed. You know, it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to take medicine for it to heal.
But remember, when you take malarial tablets, it also comes with Panadol. And Panadol does reduce.
It's an analgesic, so that means it kills the fever, basically. And
in your opinion,
umepona. Unasema nilikuwa na malaria last week, hata nimepona. My friend, nenda upimwe. Malaria upimwa. They actually test for malaria.
It's not expensive.
Yes.
It's not.
So people need to take care of themselves, and it's the misinformation. And we do these things na tujuangi tunafanya makosa. It's very innocent. So that means you need to go and get checked, because it will get to a point whereby you actually need that anti-malarial drug and it doesn't work. All right. So that's what it's all about as far as that is concerned. MCK raises alarm over a surge in online misinformation by rogue digital platforms. The Media Council of Kenya has sounded the alarm over what it describes as an organized and escalating campaign of misinformation and disinformation across online platforms, warning that the trend poses a serious threat to public trust and the integrity of Kenya's media landscape. In a media advisory issued on November 20th, the council said it was gravely concerned by the sharp rise in the deliberate spread of manipulated content, misinformation, and disinformation across digital platforms, noting that much of the material is intentionally crafted to mislead the public and damage reputations. There is a certain, let me call it, blog that has risen in the recent.
Is it just one blog?
There's a specific one I want to mention, and I will not mention them by name, obviously, because of reasons. But they spread some serious fake news. They will say something and they will caption something rather and say this is by the president. They will caption something and say this is by Kalonzo. They will caption something and say this one, and they'll even put the image of the person. So they'll put Kindiki there and then write something that Kindiki did not say. And I have been seeing it in WhatsApp groups lately. Na sana sana zile ziko,
and people believe these things.
Zile WhatsApp groups ziko na wazazi wetu. And I have had instances where I am arguing with my uncles, with my with my elders, basically, because I am telling them, guys, this wasn't said, because you can see clearly whoever wrote that particular thing had a certain intention to evoke a certain emotion, and you can see it playing out vizuri tena sana. And I usually tell these elders of mine that, guys, you need to know, first of all, this blog is fake. It is okay. Well, it's a real blog, but it has fake information. It has fake news. And I told them, you need to scrutinize, confirm, has it been said by a major news network, for example? Has it been said by Radio Generation? Because you need to at least confirm with a source that you trust. So just because you've seen this meme that is doing round about, oh, the president said this, or the president gave this to someone, you need to confirm. Na hizo vitu saizi zimekuwa mingi sana because of the campaign season we are in. Because of, first of all, even because we have by-elections in a few days. So this information, misinformation, malinformation ni nyingi. Then we are in the age and the era of AI, where you can manipulate voices, you can manipulate images. Yesterday, I manipulated my own image. I was testing out a new feature that I have downloaded on my laptop, and it's an AI feature. It manipulates photos and videos, and I gave it various prompts, and it delivered. Mpaka mimi mwenyewe nikaanza kushtuka. It delivered. Actually, it exceeded my expectations.
It's AI, isn't it?
It is AI.
Which means you are now getting acquainted with AI.
Yes.
And you're beginning to understand.
Yes.
The power of AI.
Oh yeah.
Welcome to the AI world.
What? So you can literally I can manipulate your video or image.
You can manipulate my voice.
Mm-hmm.
You can even manipulate my gestures.
Exactly.
Yes.
Mpaka nieke hapo niambie, make CT sound like he's saying this and this and this and that. And
CT will say exactly that. Yes.
And I'm like, what? Now I can imagine what that is doing to our parents and our grandparents, because they're being shown things that did not happen.
And your parents and grandparents, meaning people of my generation,
yes,
are not AI savvy.
Bas.
It's taken us time to even understand how these phones work. AI, my friend, is Star Trek.
Yes. It has gotten to a point I have to call like some of my relatives and tell them, yo uncle, hii kitu bana si ukweli, wacha kuispread. Because it is them who are spreading it. I'm like, uncle, please, auntie, hiyo kitu usitume mahali, it's fake. That's how bad it is. So we have gotten to that point, and MCK needs to do something, because there's so many blogs out there calling themselves TV stations and calling themselves publications.
To what end, really?
Calling themselves.
Are there people who are doing this out of mischief, or is it deliberate mischief?
Mischief.
To what end?
Number one, clickbait. the more
What?
clickbait. So they want to bait you into clicking that particular news
Then
item.
what happens?
Then you visit their website. The more people visit their website, the more revenue they get because of the advertisements that are on those websites. So clickbait ni ile wewe click hapa kwanza, fungua hii website uone. Number 2, the other reason they're doing this is to spread a certain agenda.
Which means they are paid to spread that agenda.
Yes. So if I want to malign your name, for example, CT, all I need to do is manipulate your images and just ensure that this is what I achieve. So people will start, I decampaign you, literally. So I've decampaigned you because you're my opponent. Wewe nimekutoa kwa race. I'm the only horse in this particular race. Then the other thing that now AI is doing is also baiting people into clicking malware. So viruses that get into your computer, they get into your phone, and they steal your information, your personal information. And by personal, it can be anything from just your identification details, location details, to even your bank details. So that means I can access your M-Pesa remotely. I can access your bank remotely, withdraw money, make payments with your debit or credit card without you knowing.
Good.
Yes. So that's how bad it is.
They're highly skilled.
Yeah. So whenever I see these things being circulated in my WhatsApp groups, I usually rush there and tell guys, please do not click on this one. Hii ni clickbait. Na mtajipata mahali pabaya sana. Viruses na malware. All right. So it's time for us to get into the traffic update. See what's happening on the roads of Nairobi.
Traffic.
So today is Friday, 21st. Hakuna shida nyingi sana kwenye barabara. I can see Ngong Road is looking clean at this particular hour. T-Mall roundabout, T-Mall, that is if you're coming through from Raila Odinga Way, coming up to the Nairobi Funeral Home, you're looking good at this particular hour. Mombasa Road, Next Gen Mall, around that area, going all the way back to Mlolongo, looking good, and also heading all the way to the CBD, also looking good. We have Landis Road, pia inakaa iko fiti sana. Jogoo Road, no problems whatsoever. Manyanja Road, no complaints. Airport North Road, today is looking clean. I think I mentioned this a few days ago that it was looking bad, but today, no complaints whatsoever. Wait. There's an issue there as you're heading towards Mombasa Road, but it's a very small issue, and this is because of that Kabas stage that is usually at hapa ni wapi sasa? There's a stage on this particular road that is causing this particular traffic, but after that you're moving, so it's probably like a 2-minute delay or thereabout. Yeah, so if you see anything on the roads you think I need to know about, well, you know where to find me.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Standard newspaper, simply out of touch is what they're saying, and this is in regards to the president's State of the Nation address yesterday. The chance of 2-term by MPs during President William Ruto's State of the Nation address confirmed the worrying reality that Kenyans are on their own. It depicted a leadership disconnected from reality, just like the president's speech that cherry-picked success and overlooked pressing issues. Chronic healthcare gaps went unaddressed, education struggles were ignored. Meanwhile, Kenyans face rising living costs, economic pressures, and worsening insecurity. Ruto offered aspirational promises but left the country's most urgent problems untouched. So some of the highlights include proposed construction of 250 mega and medium dams, 28,000 kilometers of roads, 10,000 megawatts as far as energy is concerned, education boost of about 700 billion. Okay, economy plan. There's an economy plan that was unveiled. This is a sweeping economic plan centered on infrastructure expansion, agricultural self-sufficiency, and turning Kenya into a net exporter. And then they are talking about the Kisumu SGR, privatization of companies, and then the Mau Road. PPP model for Mau Summit Road faces public criticism over hidden liabilities and lack of transparency. Sasa pia niliona MPs from the northeastern region complaining that nothing was said about them. Nothing was said about their region. And they said, kwani, they thought they were in Kenya. It looks like, again, the government has forgotten them and they no longer feel like they are part of this country. So they were asking the president, like, what the ama kuna page ilikuwa ina miss kwa hiyo speech yako. So that is some of the key highlights I noticed personally. The back page of the Standard: gang racked, Haiti unites and goes wild as fans celebrate 2026 World Cup qualification. Haiti wameenda World Cup. It's a good thing, eh?
There's an even smaller country that entered the World Cup.
Yep. Which one?
Krakow or something.
Uh-huh.
Yes, it's somewhere. All those small islands.
Yeah.
World Cup.
Okay.
Sisi at Africa Cup hatukupata.
Bro, we are getting there. See, FKF only apologize.
I have said we did not get there.
Yeah.
I am not dampening the aspirations. We were talking about countries that go to the World Cup.
Yes.
We are among the countries that didn't qualify for the World Cup.
Right.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Remember, they play in their regions and their regions are considered. So they've won in their region. In our region, it is sorry. We haven't gotten there yet. But we do a wonderful job playing rugby.
Yes, indeed.
We do a wonderful job running middle distance races.
Oh, yes, we do.
And long distance races.
Even volleyball, we are good.
Yes. Even Deaf Olympics, we do very well.
Tuko sawa.
Yes, exactly. So we're not doing too badly.
Yeah.
Yes. And the apology accepted. Hussein, apology accepted.
Yeah.
Yes.
We are saying that one day, one time, things will be good.
No, soon.
Kwa Weekend Star wanasema hivi: Ruto, it can be done. That is what he says. President lists education, agriculture, energy and transport infrastructure as key pillars for his grand plan to make Kenya a first world economy. This story is on page 4 and 5. More Kenyan girls can expect a future free of cervical cancer, according to the Ministry of Health. And there's an audit here. Civil servants lose pension billions in treasury cash delays. Read that on page 8 of the Star. Chinese staff in viral attack video deported even after they shook hands. The employee and the manager who, roughed up this guy. Wakashake hands, lakini bado serikali ikasema, my brother, tabidi umerudi tu kwa mtaani, kesi baadaye. Then politics on page 5. ODM's unity post Raila rare in Kenya's power landscape. Again, Raila still at the center of our political conversation.
It's going to be quite a while.
Oh yeah. That story is on page 5. All right, City. Gazeti lako linasema nini?
Ipi utaka ipi bwana?
Nimesoma Standard.
Okay.
Nimesoma Star.
Kuna moja nilikuletea wewe baba.
Najua specifically.
Najua ipenda sana hii.
Ya umbea, hii ya udaku. Acha niseme haraka tuone nini kiko hapa mbele. This is
ina dakika hiyo.
This is the Nairobian. 6 days of horror inside Willis Ayeko murder plot.
From jana ulitaja.
Yes, we did. The men who came for him, they're saying that from a village vigil to a torture den, investigators reveal the grim path to Ayeko's death. New evidence uncovers a murder so calculated that the killers left a digital, forensic and financial trail behind them. That story is on page 4 and 5. Mike Sonko breaks the silence. GBV crisis Kenya can no longer ignore. Page 14 and 15. And then on page 8, husband denies stabbing guard in alleged love rivalry. Pale juu anasema rapper Cardi B welcomes a 4th child. And then last but not least, not our baby. DNA dispute lands IVF expert in court. Yeah, that story is on page 4. Page 22 and 23 of the Nairobian.
Right. So you looked at the Standard.
Yes.
And
the Star. Yeah.
So let me look at the Business Daily.
Please do.
Business Daily. Right. Jendi Kisero. I'm quoting him. A CRB failure can distort credit scores, corrupt repayment records, lower credit access, and trigger systemic lending errors. Okay? This is an article under intelligence that Jendi Kisero has written. He writes on the economy and financial related matters. Okay? Prolific writer, this gentleman. Ruto now bets on sovereign fund to deliver infrastructure. President William Ruto is banking on 2 sovereign funds to deliver 5 trillion worth of infrastructure projects over the next 10 years, highlighting the government's resolve to shift from funding using debt. We'll discuss this.
For sure.
Jumbojet eyes West Southern Africa routes with new planes. Lower-cost airline Jumbojet plans to triple its fleet and launch longer routes, including new destinations in West and Southern Africa over the next 5 years. Good for you. Household business loans rise to a 2-year high to 77.8 billion. New loans to households and businesses rose to a 2-year high of 77.8 billion in September, offering boost to the economy as banks resume lending on the back of reduced borrowing costs. Really? Okay. Vodacom eyes state stake in Safaricom. South Africa's operator seeks extra Safaricom stake. Treasury Malls cutting ownership in Kenya's top telco, meaning we are selling. This is that selling spree that we've gotten into. We own something, we flog it.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes.
Right. This has to be a far more serious discussion than just reading what is written here, because it is part of a trend. And remember, there is a bill that was passed in Parliament that allows the executive to do precisely this. Remember, at the heart of this discussion was Kenya Pipeline.
Yes.
Okay? It isn't the only corporation or state-owned corporation that has been targeted. Okay?
Yes.
And the discussions abound as to what it is that we want to sell. Okay? How much we want to sell it for. More precisely, what are we going to do with the money? Okay? And against this backdrop, there's a question of now, from yesterday's State of the Nation address.
Yep.
Sovereign Wealth Fund. Sovereign Wealth Fund deals with money that is unutilized or excess. It's called a savings. Okay? Now, for this to happen, we need to have resources that we exploit, that helps us meet the needs that we have. And when we've met the needs, if there's something that is a bit of a surplus, then it goes to that sovereign what?
Fund.
Exactly. But the fundamental needs have essentially been met. So this has to be discussed soberly and honestly. So when you talk about an infrastructure bond, makes perfect sense. Perfect sense. Already we are on that route. There's something called securitization. Okay? Of statutory levies. Meaning, for instance, if you look at the fuel fund. Okay? You're told this percentage is for this is for repairing roads.
The fuel levy.
You know, I'm calling it a fund.
Okay.
I'm going to explain to you, I'm calling it a fund.
Okay.
Because there is an amount that you are guaranteed will be gotten when somebody gets fuel at the pump. Okay?
Okay.
Now that money forms part of what you call a security. Meaning, you know, this 5 bob, we have the pattern. In a week, it amasses this amount of money. Now, if you use as a security to borrow, you are then able to guarantee that whatever money that you're getting to do whatever it is that you're doing will be paid, because that money exists. You know it exists. Talanta, that stadium, it is being built with such an arrangement. Now, it means we have some financial wizards, and I mean the word wizards here carefully, who understand how to use financial instruments to be able to help us. Now, when you talk about a sovereign fund, because the president didn't just talk of a sovereign fund, talked about infrastructure bond. Okay? All these things have to do with funding. That's where the word fund now came in. How we are going to do it is what is fundamental.
Okay.
That has been mentioned. Goody. How? And then explaining so that it is understood how it will benefit us. Okay? And when it is explained well, that 5 trillion that we speak of is not as grand as we think. No, it is not. But it has to be explained in ways that are easy to understand. All right, Business Daily done with. Let's look at The Nation. Witness recounts horror in school fire tragedy. Villagers and school workers tried desperately to put out the fire that broke out in Hillside Academy in Russia. This story is a historical one, but we're explaining why it is this happened and the tragedy of children dying. Okay? Nyeri County in the night of September 5th last year, but all the efforts were in vain as the inferno led to the death of 21 boys in an inquest heard yesterday. Terrible, tragic. This Ministry of Education and the department that deals with inspection of these things, okay? Precious talent. The story is still fresh in our minds. Hapa Ruto. Okay? The inspectors had been there something like a month before, so you have to wonder, what the hell did they actually inspect? Children died. These are young children, okay? Ruto's roadmap. Lofty dreams. Bullish. President William Ruto yesterday outlined his grand vision for the country, bladed transformation into a first world nation, but for which Kenyans must pay a hefty price, 5 trillion. Not really. To actualize, casting the image of a man on a mission, he highlighted how he will deliver Singapore. I'm not reading this thing anymore. Let's look at something else.
Why? Because you don't think he'll deliver Singapore?
Nah, the Singapore story stars a man.
But why? Okay, I know guys feel like it's a tired.
No, the reason why I am going about it is this. What it is that Lee Kuan Yew did is in the public domain.
Okay.
There is nothing that we've done that even mirrors closely what it is he did. Okay? There's this huge rock, which is a fishing village, scanty agriculture. He had a team of seriously dedicated people who shared that same vision.
Don't you think that perhaps then what we need to do is engage the president or challenge the president, and if he wants to make a comparison...
What do you think we're doing here?
If he wants to make comparisons with Singapore, for example, to Muliz, okay, Lee Kuan Yew did this. You tell us what is the equivalent of that thing that he did.
I don't need to ask him. I can see who is it that he has in his team right now whom you can say, let's take our ministries.
Okay.
Can we break it down? All right. Who's in charge of agriculture?
Let me just confirm this. Because it was Linturi who left.
And a gentleman from his neck of the woods was given that job. He has a name like mine. Just go ahead.
All right. So agriculture CS. Agriculture CS. Acha tuone ni nani. So according to Google, wanasema it is Mutahi Kagwe. Does he have a name like yours? Anyway, so the cabinet secretary for agriculture in Kenya is Mutahi Kagwe, the guy of if you behave normally, you'll be treated abnormally by this particular disease.
You tell me something.
Yeah.
Mutahi Kagwe was a prolific CS when he was in health. And he was the example you want to look for a minister in a time of a crisis. He handled a crisis well.
Yeah.
Okay, what is it that this guy has done in agriculture that you can look at and say, this is sterling work?
So they're saying the key priorities for this ministry include food security, sustainable agricultural practices, farmer support, innovations in livestock and crop production. And then they're saying that the recent initiatives in his ministry include announcement of Jobs Connect Compact, consolidation of agricultural digitization under the Kenya Agricultural Data and Information Center, and then the Amini Sustainability Initiative focused on quality, sustainable and ethical practices.
What you're doing, you've read something that looks like a unit that you study when you are
at the university.
You're studying agriculture.
Yes.
Okay? What I'm asking is impact, because in the absence of, if all these things are being implemented, what's the impact? Impact should mean we shouldn't be talking about 4 million Kenyans who are at the brink of starvation. That shouldn't be the case.
Yeah.
These things that you've mentioned should have been able to solve that problem, because this is not a problem we started last year. It's a problem that was there before Mutahi Kagwe became Minister for Agriculture. I'm using Mutahi Kagwe as an example. Go through each and every ministry that we have in this country and ask me, what is it about these individuals that stands out, that tells you that with this ministry, this fellow who's in charge, we are guaranteed that this ministry is going to fulfill everything that there is the mandate of this particular government?
Yeah.
Which one? Tell me.
All right. So, for instance, we have Interior and National Administration. We have Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen. I'm looking at you because I want you to comment.
Please continue reading.
All right. So we have, let me start at the very top. His Excellency Dr. Musalia Mudavadi is the PCS.
Continue reading.
Any comments? Okay. We have Kipchumba, Interior National Administration. We have Roads and Transport, Honorable Davis Chirchir.
A man has substance.
Okay.
Yes.
Then we have Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs. We have Honorable Hassan Ali Joho. Then we have Health. We have Honorable Aden Duale.
This man has actually made sterling effort. He has made effort.
All right. Then we have Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development, Honorable Ali Swahome.
This lady
Yes.
has been known to do things that make sense and movement. I remember when she was in water. In this particular ministry,
Yeah.
I haven't heard much.
Okay.
No.
Then we have in this the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, we have Dr. Alfred Mutua. Okay.
That ministry is full of more scandals than success. Carry on.
All right. Then in education, we have Honorable Julius Migos Ogamba.
This man has an unfortunate ministry, and he's being there
I'm sorry. Why do you say unfortunate?
because he inherited a ministry that has so many problems.
Yeah.
None of them can be attributed to him.
But the education,
he has found them there.
The education ministry, and this is just my opinion, ilikuanga sawa wakati wa Saitoti. After that, I really wouldn't say that everything was smooth sailing.
What
after
often
him.
happens when you hear of someone being successful, that's a person who allows the system to run.
Then again, finish first of all. Okay, so then it picked when Dr. Matiang'i was in that particular ministry.
He did it.
In my opinion, yes, I feel like it picked and perhaps things will start getting back on track.
There was a lot of media fanfare about the things he was doing. Where was the order when you have a minister who wakes up early in the morning and shock surprises people with a visit? Where's the structure there? Come on, man.
Okay.
Something that would survive his departure is what I'm talking about. That's what you call a system.
And then again, things zikashika tena zikakuwa sawa tena when Professor Magoha was there. But again, when Professor
Magoha's tenure is when we started having these problems of precious talent and what have you. And then he also went on a whirlwind tour right across the country inspecting. What is a minister doing inspecting? And there's an entire inspectorate that does these things in the Ministry of Education. What?
All right.
Not to desecrate the dead.
Yes.
I am simply saying, where was the system?
No, we are talking facts. So
why do we need to have a minister trapezing across the country with the media following him to show that he's doing something? The moment that happens, nothing is happening because we're focusing on the minister. Yes.
Then in tourism and wildlife, we have Honorable Rebecca Miano.
This lady has made some effort.
Yeah.
She's not loud. She doesn't make too much noise. No, she doesn't make noise at all. But that particular ministry, one sees progress. We in the media probably don't highlight it adequately.
Yes.
But there is a lot that has been done under her watch.
Okay.
Yes.
Then youth affairs, creative economy and sports, we have Honorable Salim Mvurya.
No, Mvurya is a quiet fellow. So...
Ngumu kujua.
No, si ngumu.
Yeah.
I would just look at the sports fund and ask how that is doing. If it's doing well and it's serving those for whom it was intended, then I would argue that his ministry is doing well.
Would you say that the creative economy is doing well?
No, it is not doing well. It could do a heck of a lot better because the creative economy in itself is a port for not just engagement, but it's a port for serious revenue creation.
Okay.
Yes, and you don't see that serious revenue creation manifesting in our own national revenue.
Okay.
So it is not being exploited as much as it could.
Youth affairs, still under his ministry.
Youth affairs is a big issue, and even he can't handle it alone.
Yeah.
Youth affairs has to have a multidisciplinary approach for it to be successful.
Exactly, because also when we say youth affairs, there's a lot to do with the youth. There's unemployment.
Everything to do with the youth, everything. So it has to be multidisciplinary.
Okay.
His ministry can spearhead it, but everybody else has to be involved in it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Then we have defense. Honorable Rosalida Soipantuya.
What about
defense? Okay.
See, it works.
Yes,
It actually doesn't need her for it to work.
Yeah, it doesn't need a minister.
No, not really.
It works.
It works. The people
they have a chain of command.
The people who run it know how to run it. Yes. Now you may question how they run it. Yes, and you may question other things, but she's the one person whose job is quite fairly simple.
All right. Then we have cooperatives and micro, small and medium enterprises development. Honorable Wycliffe Ambetsa Oparanya.
Somebody has to point to me and tell me what that ministry has done, because I don't know.
Hustler Fund, Nyota Fund, Youth Fund, Women Enterprise Fund, and the other funds I'm forgetting. Hustler Fund.
That sounds to me like OP.
Okay, let me move. National Treasury and Economic Planning, Honorable John Mbadi Ngongo. Anyway, Honorable John Mbadi.
What about it?
Okay.
Then, you know something?
Yep.
the thing that isn't talked about adequately is how it is we're on the brink of default and that we did not default. Now, the subject matter raises two questions. Is it that those who would have rained default on us decided to spare us for whatever reason? Or is it that the holders of this particular office were astute enough to understand and know what to do and how to juggle these things? Because we are not there. We've actually moved further and further away from it.
Yeah.
Now, that is something remarkable because we were genuinely on the brink.
Yeah.
But somehow we escaped that dragnet.
Okay.
So if we're to give credit,
Yes.
I believe some credit must go to the holders of that particular office. Yes.
Then we have water, sanitation, and irrigation. Now, this is the guy who has your name.
That's the guy confused with agriculture.
Yes. Engineer Eric Murithi Muga.
He actually understands
Yeah.
that particular ministry and what it is that he needs to do because he has studied. He's a water engineer. But as to whether the time he has been there, because he hasn't been there long, he's been able to do anything impactful.
Yes.
Let me say, let's give him a little more time to see what he can do.
All right. And I like the fact that he doesn't politic.
You don't even, if you don't know him, you don't know him.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Then we have Dr. Deborah Mulongo Barasa, Environment, Climate Change, and Forestry. Another person who doesn't politic.
It's a good ministry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Environment, Climate Change, and Forestry.
Yes, but it's a very crucial ministry, though. And it's a ministry that should spearhead very many of the things that meet the needs of having an environmentally sound policy within the country.
Yes.
And an understanding of that policy among the citizenry so they can contribute to the continuance of that particular target or trajectory.
All right.
That I also don't see.
You don't see.
I see conversations around it, but the structure I don't see.
Okay.
Go on.
Then we have Lee Mayan Kinyandri. This is investments, trade, and industry. I feel like some ministries,
No. There are a lot of structures in that ministry. There are a lot of departments, a lot of bodies, entities that were created to enable this. One needs to look at the details of new businesses coming into the country, and by the way, there are many. One needs to look at what it is that they are doing now in terms of revenue generation and what it will mean in the future. Okay? This is one of those ministries where it's a constant work in progress.
Okay.
Yes.
Acha ni wataja rakaraka wamebaki sasa. Then we have agriculture, livestock, tumesema, that is Honorable Mutai Kagwe. We have energy and petroleum, James Opio Wandayi. Okay. Then we have information, communication, and the digital economy, William Kabogo Getao. We have public service and human capital development, Geoffrey Kiringa Ruku, former member of parliament. Then we have secretary to the cabinet, Masi Kiru Wanjao. And then we have the East Africa Community and Regional Affairs, CS, Miss Beatrice Asukul Moe. We have Attorney General, Miss Dorcas Agik Oduor.
This lady has earned her stripes. She's been in this system for a very long time.
Yeah.
Very. She's one of those people who seem to have been a perennial civil servant.
Right.
Yes. So if she's risen to, and then that job of hers, you see, how we will measure her competence is when we get into these PPPs and the like, because the Attorney General is the government's advisor.
Yeah.
And how it is those contracts will favor the country. As opposed to these contracts that we hear we've abrogated and suddenly the country owes billions. And you're saying, how did this happen? Yes.
Last but not least, we have in the Ministry of Gender, Hannah Wendot Cheptumo. Mheshimiwa Hannah Wendot Cheptumo.
The measure of success in any ministry is how it is the citizenry of the country relate to whatever it is that ministry does. And success is measured not by the understanding, but by the response and the output. There has to be a result at the end of all these engagements. And that's the measure. So my question, and it still stands,
right?
Do we have a team that can bring about this transformational message that was being spoken of? The answer is no, we do not.
Let me read a few comments here, because in the next hour I'm sure we'll debunk this further and just break it down further. Douglas Kibogong anasema, Morning City, Movie and Edna. I usually get upset that it's Friday. The reason I will miss you guys for 2 days. I wish one day you have a show on Sunday, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Sunday City anakuanga church.
Abana, anakuanga church Saturday.
And then he goes on to ask, City, I don't know why our road engineers are doing well in foreign countries, but in Kenya they don't. Fighter anasema anajibu sasa Douglas, it's true our engineers are achieving more in systems that work. Kenya's corruption won't allow them to excel. Maritim anasema good morning kings and queens, baridi iko nyingi leo. Mbuvi tells City that his government score very low when it comes to explaining. Kitengela iko locked. And then we have 2.0 anasema don't get too worked up with the Singapore story. Raila has been saying it since 2002. In fact, if you listen to Raila's speeches, he was even more obsessed and he used to say Malaysia stroke Singapore. Aye. Sawa sawa. Let's take that break, eh? Then when we return, of course, we delve deep.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Soki Brenda. President William Ruto has declared his administration the best performing in Kenya's history, insisting that even his fiercest critics can now acknowledge progress on key pledges from affordable housing to universal health coverage. Delivering his third State of the Nation address, Ruto defended his record before a joint sitting of parliament, saying his government has rebuilt an economy he found sinking under the weight of debt and is now steering the country towards stability as the cost of living gradually eases.
When we said we would deliver affordable housing, the cynics dismissed it. They said it was fantasy. When they realized we were serious, they called it impossible. And when we broke ground across the country, they suggested that these projects would stall. Today, those doubts have given way to a very different question from Kenyans everywhere. How do I own one of these units?
The president further stated that his administration has restored fiscal discipline by eliminating what he termed wasteful subsidies and rationalizing public expenditure to curb misuse of public funds. He maintained that his reforms have laid a foundation for sustained economic recovery and long-term development, positioning Kenya for stronger growth. Inflation,
which stood at 9.6% in 2002, in 2022, has steadily declined to 4.6% as of last month. National maize harvests have risen from 44 million bags in 2022 to 67 million bags in 2024. 27 million Kenyans are now registered in SHA, more than triple the number ever reached by the former NHIF.
And during his third State of the Nation address, President William Ruto announced a 10-year plan to move Kenya from a developing nation to a first world country. He urged MPs and Kenyans to think bigger and support major development changes. The plan focuses on 4 areas: education and skills, irrigation, energy, and transport. Ruto says the plan will cost above 5 trillion shillings and will need new ways of raising funds. He says the project will help grow the economy faster and open more opportunities for Kenyans if fully carried out.
Moving from the current 0.8% of GDP to 2% of GDP. This leaves us with a shortfall today of 180 billion. The clouds to determine whether our people eat or not. Not only to secure our food supply, but to bring at least 2.5 million additional acres under irrigation within the next 5 to 7 years. We have to generate an additional 10,000 megawatts in the next 7 years so as to move our country to the next level and undertake the transition necessary for our growth. Infrastructure drive will also include extending the standard gauge railway from Naivasha to Kisumu and eventually to Malaba.
And the High Court has declared UDA candidate Ahmed Malim Hassan to run in the Banisa constituency by-elections set for next week. Justice Lawrence Mugambi dismissed a petition challenging his nomination, saying the case was premature, speculative, and had no legal basis. The petition had urged that Hassan, who had dual citizenship, should first renounce his foreign citizenship before vying. Justice Mugambi ruled that the dual citizenship requirement only applies after someone assumes public office, not when seeking a seat. He said Hassan is not a state officer at this stage and there is no law stopping him from contesting. With the petition dismissed, Hassan is now free to appear on the ballot in the upcoming Banisa by-election. Now, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres says all delegations attending COP30 in Belém, Brazil must work toward a balanced deal, warning that no country will leave the summit with everything it wants. Speaking during a press briefing on Thursday, Guterres urged delegates to show flexibility and push for outcomes that protect people and keep the 1.5-degree climate targets alive. He also raised concern that wealthy nations are falling behind on their pledge to double adaptation financing this year. Guterres warned that without stronger commitment, vulnerable communities will continue to face the worst impacts of climate change.
Common ground. It demands courage. No delegation will leave Belém with everything it wants, but every delegation has a duty to reach a balanced deal. First, on protecting people. For millions, adaptation is not an abstract goal. It is the difference between rebuilding and being swept away, between replanting and starving, between staying on ancestral land or losing it forever. Adaptation needs are skyrocketing, and the overshoot will push them even higher. Yet, developed countries' commitment to double adaptation finance this year is slipping away. So, tripling adaptation finance by 2030 is essential. The Loss and Damage Fund, open for business but still largely empty, must be capitalized to easier and easier to access. I urge all funders, bilateral partners, climate funds, multilateral development banks to step up and prevent further tragedies. It's about survival, it's about justice, and for indigenous peoples, it is also about protecting cultures and homelands.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. I'm Soki Brenda.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Here we are back again on Radio Generation, the People's Breakfast. It is now 8 minutes past 7 o'clock. A very good morning to you if you're just joining us. Karibu tena sana. We want to talk about protecting families, the properties, and legally and handling terror financing allegations. That conversation is taking place right here in a short while. We're talking with an advocate of the High Court, that is Lawrence Obonyo. Lawrence, habari ya asubuhi. Uko namna gani?
Nashukuru Mungu kwema kabisa.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
It's a Friday and people think that lawyers don't work on Fridays.
Wow, that's a huge fallacy.
Yeah.
We are around the clock every time we're working.
Yeah. Even on the weekends.
Yes, even on the weekends, because especially during the weekends, you find that there are a lot of things that come up, and then you call up on your lawyer. Do you wish, nobody would wish to call their lawyer on the weekend and then be told today we're not working, yet someone is at a police station, someone wants to close a deal.
Yeah.
So we work around the clock.
But when someone is arrested on a weekend, surely,
Yes.
how do you get them out of the station, yet the courts do not, unless they do operate on weekends?
The courts don't operate on weekends, but it's your constitutional right to be granted police bail.
Oh.
Yeah, so you find that when you call your lawyer, they swing into action, and then they negotiate for the status of what will happen before you're arraigned.
So what are some of the crimes or offenses that can allow me to get a police bail?
Anything is bailable, even murder.
Yes.
Yes, in this country.
You know the whole point of
Police bail.
Yes.
Because I would think something at the level of murder,
Yes.
kidnapping perhaps, terrorism,
Yes.
hiyo ni kitu tutahafu kungojea magistrate ama judge aniambie okay fine, wewe tumekuachilia as we continue the investigations.
Let me flip the question and tell by answering the question by telling you that what is the main point of detention? Why would one want to detain you?
Yes.
Because of the fear that you will not turn up, or maybe because of the fear that you'll disappear.
Yeah.
But when you have all the reasons and you have someone even stepping in for you to ensure that you come to whatever point you're needed,
yes,
then there's no need to worry. Then you're granted bail. It may be, or cash bail, you may be granted a hefty one. Someone tells you deposit 300 or 500,000 shillings at the police station, you're given a receipt, turn up in court maybe on Monday or Tuesday, and then that's what happens. Because if you fail to do that and they show up in court, what will issue a warrant of arrest against you?
Then what is this thing that usually makes politicians get afraid of being arrested on a Friday? Because wanasemanga ukiingia huko ndani, my friend, it's until Monday morning. So politicians usually, especially if they know they are being, let me call it, hunted,
yes,
by EACC or DCI,
yes,
they always disappear until further notice.
The whole point is protection of image. Number two, you have to understand that granting of cash bail and police bail is discretionary to the officer in charge of the station, because they will assess the situation and they can justify, they can say within these parameters, we made, or rather I made the decision, and based on what I thought that this person may abscond or may not turn up. So that aspect of it being discretionary, the protection of image, and also the biggest fear of losing your liberty, because we take liberty for granted. Once you're told that, my friend, you need to sit here and not have access to your phone for about 7 hours, then you will know how maybe timeout works for kids.
Yes.
And it's very difficult because you have to do your business.
So how much does it cost? How much is this? You've called it police bail.
Yes, yes.
Usually how much is it, from what amount to what amount maximum?
Again, as I've said, it's discretionary upon the person in charge of the station, and the person also in charge of your case. But we've seen as low, because there's what we call P52. P52 is actually personal bond. You don't pay anything. You're just given a note and then you go. So it can be as low as 0, where you bind yourself personally.
Where your word is everything.
Your word is everything.
Yes.
Up to a maximum, not a maximum, up to now the ceiling is as high as it can go. But I've never heard of someone being given a police bail of more than 500,000.
Okay.
Yeah, so it varies, because again, no police officer wants to hold 500,000 at the police station.
Also, this money, when we pay it,
it's in cash.
Yeah, of course, it's in cash,
yes,
but they keep it at the station.
Yes, they actually, practically, they actually staple it upon where your documents are, maybe your charge sheet or your receipt. They staple it there and then puts it in the drawer, locks the drawer, and then goes away.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm assuming there's a safe.
Police stations don't have safes. I've not seen one.
So I get a receipt for that?
You get a receipt for that. It's refundable before you take plea. Yes.
Also, when I get to court number, by the mkubwa, ndoi 500,000 yako.
Definitely. In fact, the magistrates or the wherever you're taken, if you're taken before a judge, wherever you're taken, the first order of procedure that is done is that your bail, your cash bail is returned.
Yes.
And now you're in the hands of the court.
Okay.
So it's the court that will determine whether they grant you or they don't grant you.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. What? I didn't know that.
It's a simple procedure, but that everyone needs to be aware of. Yes.
All right, so. Perhaps on a different occasion we shall talk about this. Yeah,
True to that.
So today we are here to talk about protecting family property legally,
Yes.
and handling terror financing allegations.
Yes.
Let's start with the first part of this topic: protecting family property legally. What are we talking about? Protecting family property legally.
Ideally, the wealth and the assets that are made within the setup of a family, we need to look at how you can safeguard it. Of course, one may term it also on the other end as estate management, how you manage your estate and how you manage your wealth. But how do you look at it? Because we have different circumstances. You may be in a family setup whereby you live with someone but you're not married to them. You may be married to someone, and within both setups that we've given examples to, there may be children. So why do we work so hard in life? So that we can create wealth, we can get properties, because a symbol of wealth and security is properties. So how do we safeguard this? This is what we're talking about.
May I pause you for a second?
Yes, it is.
When we talk about marriage, we all seem to believe we're talking about the same thing.
Yes.
From a legal point of view,
Yes.
please explain to me and our listeners
Yes.
what it is that constitutes a marriage. Legally.
Legally.
Yes, legally.
Okay. This is very interesting, because we have what is protected under the Marriage Act. That is the registered marriage under different regimes, because we have very different regimes. You have customary, you have civil, and then if you profess to Islam, then we have the Mohammedan or Sharia law, and then now we have the English marriage, whereby we call it now the church one. Now, within all these ambits of marriage, you have to register. You have to.
It doesn't matter which one you choose, you have to register.
You have to
Where
register.
do you register it?
You register with the Registrar of Marriages. You know, we have a Registrar of Marriages that operates from most of the counties. So you have to register even your customary marriage. You know, most people think that when you go for a show or you pay your dowry, then that is done. You have a marriage. No. The law set it that within 6 months of celebrating your customary marriage, you have to register it.
You have to go to the Registrar of Marriages.
Yes.
And you have to follow the processes
Yes.
that they ask you to follow.
Yes.
And thereafter is when you will be legally married.
That is when you'll be legally married.
So whether you go to the Qadi,
Yes.
whether you have a traditional marriage,
Yes.
whether you go to the church,
Yes.
all these things have to be registered.
They have to be registered.
If they're not registered, you do not have a marriage.
You do not have a marriage. We saw the recent case where someone had lived with another person for 28 years. And then when they came to court, it was declared that those 28 years, they did not constitute a marriage because the due procedures were not followed.
So wait, what if I like swear an affidavit? Is that a marriage?
Not at all.
Because maybe I did the Rorashio, right?
Yes.
So when I did the Rorashio, then for some strange reason I need, let's say, insurance for
Yes.
my partner.
Yes.
And then they tell me, do you have a marriage certificate? I tell them, no. Swear an affidavit then so that you can provide this insurance for your partner.
Yes.
That is not a marriage.
An affidavit is an oath that you give to someone to just declare that what you're saying is true. But an affidavit is not a document of marriage. You see, you swear an affidavit to fulfill a purpose.
Yeah.
Let's say under Cap 15 they say that it's a declaration. It's a formal declaration. Now, you are feeling or deponing. You're a deponent. You're deponing that affidavit for the purposes of maybe that insurance, for the purposes of SHA, for the purposes of fulfilling something else. But that is just to that entity.
Okay.
To identify that you recognize something, but it is not a marriage. You cannot prove a marriage through an affidavit.
So in case of anything,
yes,
neither me or my partner can go and say, look, but I was married to this person. I can't.
You cannot.
I cannot produce it and say I am entitled, for example, to their property, because we did this in 1951.
Not at all. You see, the fact remains is that a marriage, for it to be legal, has to be registered.
Yes.
So an affidavit cannot substitute that, because You go to certain places, then someone charges you 1,500 to swear an affidavit, and then you're not certain whether the commissioner, the person who is commissioning that affidavit, is actually legally mandated to do that. Essentially, you get this cheap document.
Yes.
And then you sit back with it thinking that actually it is a document of registration, yet it's not, because there are so many instances where people backdate. You know what you cannot backdate? Registration at the marriages.
Yes.
Because today, you meet someone and then you say, oh, we want to backdate it to maybe 2018.
Yes.
And it's just a document that you sign at the bottom, sworn at this place on this date, and then someone stamps it. But at the registrars, you have to have filled an affidavit to support that, declaring that you're not in another marriage or something like that. You also have to give notice, because that notice is given by the registrar for any other person who may have any other issue to bring it up. You see what they do in a formal marriage?
Yes.
Now, formality on the documentation or civil aspect is done through paperwork. So you're given a period of time so that if you have any objection, you can raise it at that point.
Okay.
Then it's at that point that the registry is entered. And during that period of time, now you're binding yourself. If you have actually misrepresented or lied, then you can be caught on penal code charges, maybe things like bigamy or things like that.
So if, again, still on the affidavit part,
Yes.
it is presented and these, what are they called, witnesses?
Yes.
They come out and they say, but I was at this particular wedding, this Rurasho or Kwaito.
Yes.
I saw this thing and here are the photos and here's us dancing. There's even a video. That will still not...
Paul, you think if you ask this question 4 times, it'll change because you're asking this same thing over and over.
He seems to be driving at something
exactly. Because there was a Rurasho and then there was another Rurasho and then there were photographs.
No, it's because
You're
videography and
still
everything.
not married.
Yeah.
But I'll help you.
Yeah. The reason I'm bringing it up
Yeah.
is because we had an argument with someone some time back.
Yes.
And I was telling them exactly what you're telling me right now. And then they were telling me exactly what now I'm telling you.
Yes.
So I'm actually arguing on their behalf.
Yes.
They were saying, but look, we did it.
Yes.
Wazee walikuja.
Ndio.
Video ndio hii tulikunywa mpaka, Moratina and we danced. But
Yes.
What do you mean there was no marriage?
There was no marriage because
Yeah.
what you're driving at is that in the absence of any documentation, in the absence of any process, then one can move the court for a presumption of marriage. But that is after the fact.
Okay.
So let's say you've been with someone for a period of time and then you are trying to claim, or maybe someone in other instances someone has died and then someone is trying to be disinherited. Then they have to move the court for a presumption, because the law allows for presumption of marriage when people stay for a certain period of time, fulfill certain requirements. So when you tick the checklist and then you go down and the boxes are all filled, then at that point you may have a presumption of marriage, but a presumption is declared by the court.
Okay.
What are these things that you tick in the box? Because this presumption seems to be what Paul was looking for. So,
Yes.
let's give it substance.
Let's give it a meat on that one. Now, the presumption of marriage is when someone moves the court. Again, you have to understand that this now is a court process. You have to move the court for presumption. That is a declaration by the court. So essentially what you'll get, it's the court that will declare through a determination that, of course, there was a marriage here.
Okay.
Now, you have to have lived with this person as husband and wife openly. You have to have witnesses and evidence to that effect, that there was what is a semblance of a marriage. You have to have fulfilled certain shall I call them
obligations.
Obligations.
Yes.
Yeah. So these obligations, you have to have fulfilled them, because there's a very famous case for lawyers. They call it the case of Hortensia Wanjiko Yawe. It's very old, and it's where someone lived with a wife, and then he traveled, and wherever he used to go, he used to introduce this person as, this is my wife, the mother to my children. Then when he traveled, he used to even tell the shopkeeper that when my wife comes here, my wife collects this and this, I will come and pay.
Okay.
They bore children, and then even the neighbors knew that these people are husband and wife.
Okay.
So at that point, point where Miss Yahweh wanted the court to declare, then she brought all this as pieces of evidence to fulfill that I was indeed a wife. And that presumption stood on that basis.
Okay.
So you find that these are pre our 2014 Marriage Act, because that used to help and used to protect people. But post 2014,
yes,
what they said is that you have to
have registered.
Yes, shall in mandatory terms. Any marriage, be it customary, be it something that
religious,
whichever, you have to. You find that in those mandatory terms, those aspects of presumption of marriage raises now the bar, because now the question will be flipped back to you. Why did you not register? What steps did you take so that this was not registered?
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay.
I hope we have helped your friend now.
Yes, you have. Yes, you have. Yes, you have.
Yes.
He's still not married.
Yeah. Yeah. No. I wonder.
Coito and all that is just customary, but you have to register.
I doubt he's listening, but I'll play this clip back for him.
All right.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. City amekujibu. Good definition ya marriage. When do ulianza hiyo swali?
I am the one, and he has answered me very adequately.
Nice. Nice. All right. So
now we can go to this property thing.
Yeah, we can. Now let's protect the property.
Let's protect the property now.
Yeah.
Okay, what has been made through marriage? Okay, during the pendency of marriage, you have different ways that you can protect your assets. If you're married to someone and then you can choose many different ways of registering property. You can register either in each party, whereby the presumption in law will be that the other party is holding in trust for the other. So you can't have registered property registered in one person's name, and then someone says, oh, but it's Mbovi comes says it's in my name. It's not in that other person's name. Yet you are in the marriage. So the presumption is that you're holding it together.
Okay.
Now, on the other hand, who bears, like, let's say yourself and your spouse, you're not there. Who will take this property and how will it be distributed? Then you go back to the aspect of succession and maybe your people, the people who are entitled to inherit your property. So here we're talking about if you can protect it through a will, you can protect it through direct registration, you can put a trust, and you can put even certain setups, like you put it in some sort of insurance or assurance so that this can benefit the people who are going to come in later. But during the time that you're alive, then registering a property in your name or in your company's name still entitles the other party and then protects the family from anything that may come in. And what should you protect from? Intruders, that is third parties. You can protect it from maybe agencies that may want to come in, because let's say one day you want to be declared, not that you want to, you're declared bankrupt. What will make sure that your partner does not lose the property that was registered in your name and all that? So all of this, the steps that we have to get into there.
Yeah.
But basically, mostly it's registration.
Let me talk about something that we usually see, and this is very common. Property after someone has passed on.
Yes.
So mtu amekufa, and then the family is fighting over this property, or even sometimes the family is not fighting, but there's a klande who shows up, you know, some lady that perhaps this person used to be involved with, comes and brings children and says, entitled, me and my child or children are entitled because Mr. ABC used to take care of us, and even ametujengea nyumba fulani mali fulani. And you see people going to court and they are fighting, and it takes years, it drags for years, and you're wondering what's not happening. In such situations, what does the court consider?
In those situations, first of all, the court has to consider whether there was a will or not.
Let's say there was no will.
There was no will. For that instance where there's no will, you know, the law protects the dependents, and in the order of priority, you start with the children. We have had a judgment of all the way to the Supreme Court that says that even in Islam, even those children born out of wedlock shall be entitled, because indeed they are dependents by virtue of being children. But now let's talk of the person you've called the klande, or the other person also coming in. They have to prove that they were dependents of the person who was deceased. In most instances, that one is very difficult to prove. But when you're a child, then you're entitled, because when you're a child of the deceased, then there's an estate that is there and there was no will on how to divide the property, then you're considered as a unit.
Okay.
So here the court looks at, let's say person A has 4 children in a legal marriage, person B not married but has 2 children. So these 2 children will form part of the rest, and then together with that other person, and then it's divided equally. Yes.
This is the time I had this, and now that you're here and you're an advocate, you'll help us understand. Is it true that if someone was depending on me,
Yes.
even if they do not have my child,
Yes.
they are entitled to part of my estate?
When they can prove the
But
dependence.
what do you mean they were dependent on you?
So again, going back to the issue of Clandé, this is for those who do not understand Clandé. I had like a clandestine, relationship with
A mistress or someone.
a mistress. Let's
But
call her that.
For you to have a mistress, you need to have a wife first, isn't it?
Yes, so I have a wife, then,
Okay.
and I have a mistress that my wife probably doesn't even know about, right? So I have this mistress,
Yes.
and I've been supporting her. Nimemnunulia hata maybe nyumba Kileleshwa.
Yes.
Nimemweka hapo. I pay her rent, or I so not her rent, but I buy her food, do her medical care, everything that she needs. Basically, she's just my unofficial second wife. And now I have passed on, and she doesn't know how to she didn't have an income, and I was the one providing everything.
Is the
for her.
house in her name?
Yes, it is in her name. So or maybe I was just renting it. Let's say I was
Let's
renting.
go with the ownership. It makes you a responsible bigamist.
But we shall also look at the
I
other
like
part.
that. Responsible bigamist.
Yeah. So in the event that I am not here anymore,
Yes.
can she now come and say, "Yo, this man used to take care of me. Used to do my shopping, used to do my hair, used to do my trips, everything I needed basically. It is this person who was taking care of me.
Yes.
And now that he's there, nitafanya nini?" Is it possible for them to claim ownership of part of my estate?
The truth, Mo, is that anyone, there's a possibility
And
of
they
anyone.
prove it. They prove it through
Receipts.
M-Pesa messages, receipts, bank
Yes,
statements. I used
yes.
to do a bank transfer to her account.
Yes.
So it is clear that huyu jamaa alikuwa anashughulikia huyu mtu.
Yes. Anyone can lay claim to anything. We've seen all manner of things that come up during the course of our work, and someone comes out and says, I want to claim a portion of the estate because of 1, 2, 3. Now, for an adult, not a child, an adult who is not related to you, are they disabled?
No.
Now, at the point where you're dead, why should the estate take care of her?
Okay.
Or him? Let's not look at it from one angle. Why should the estate?
Because I could be a woman.
Yes.
But yes, proceed.
Why should the state take care of them? Because at the end of the day, when the person was giving you acts of charity do not constitute actually taking care of you. Because if you're capable of working, you're capable of doing everything on your own, and then the person who was doing it for you is no longer there, then you are going to the estate, your chances of succeeding so that the estate can pay for your hair, they pay your rent and everything, are almost next to zero.
Okay.
Because at the end of the day, you're not related to this person.
Okay.
You are not a wife. You're not a husband. You're not a child. You're not a relative. But the other side applies when someone says that you, as Mbuvi, through acts of charity, you've taken your cousin, even if the cousin is an adult, but they are in university, you're paying their school fees. So the estate can be asked, because you are a dependent, you continue paying the school fees until you finish. After that, you're on your own.
Okay.
There's a difference between these two. So that aspect of that person who a city has called a responsible bigamist, maybe what they have gained during the lifetime of that person is what they can take.
Okay.
But beyond that, it would be untenable in law.
So if this person has got property, that property cannot be taken away?
No. The property that has been registered in their name?
What if it was registered in this man's name and sasa bahati mbaya ameenda, but
that forms part of the estate, that can be taken away.
So she can be kicked out?
Yes. That forms part of the estate.
Okay.
Everything, like you started by qualifying that this person did not have a will, everything that was in the name of this person
The name of
shall-
the deceased now.
of the deceased,
Yes.
shall form part of his estate,
Yes.
or her estate,
All right.
that will be determined through the normal process of succession. So a notice shall be given, and this person has to vacate.
Yeah.
Just observing
Now
the humanity
Now I
aspect.
understand some of the stories I see on TV, because I'm usually like, mbona they're attacking this other woman? Kumbe it's because the person who did not leave his house in order, basically.
Yeah. Essentially, that is what we call real estate, not real estate, estate planning and management. You manage your estate when you're alive so well,
Yeah.
so that during your lifetime,
Yeah.
if someone likes you so much that they consider to have you on the side, then they say, Mbuvi, I'm putting this car in your
In
name.
your name.
So nobody can come and take it away from you. My husband will never come and claim it from you. My child will never come and claim it from you, and all that. So I'm assuming this time the person, the benevolent person, is now a lady who comes and says, this is in your name. So when the person dies, then that one is yours. It doesn't form part of the estate. Be it a property, be it a movable property or immovable property, that is yours.
You know, you've mentioned a word that one often hears of.
Yes.
Succession.
Yes.
What does it mean?
Succession, it essentially covers the aspect of dealing, or not only distribution, but dealing with the estate of a deceased person. How do you deal with the
And
estate?
the estate here refers to the properties that this person owned.
Yes.
Property as in physical properties, bank accounts, anything that was
Shares,
of value, all that.
All that.
Okay.
So how is it going to be dealt with at the point or post this person's demise?
The dealt with here refers to the distribution.
Not only distribution.
Okay.
That's why I was very quick to correct myself on that part of distribution. It is not distribution.
What is it?
Remember, you may have rental houses, yeah? So you have to manage. First of all, there's management. We call it collection, management, and then after that is distribution.
Okay.
Because you may have property scattered all over so much that only you know that someone was paying you rent, so you've rented a car here and all that. You know, our setup, sometimes you don't want to.
African male setup.
I didn't want to use that, but
it's true.
so let me use that. Our African male setup, not only males but even females or some
African male. We are a paternalistic society.
Yes.
And that is why the male discussion always takes precedence when we're having this discussion.
So let me use that, because another person would have like an Excel sheet where you have your manager saying that property A brings you this, property B brings you this, you have to update this and all that, when you have a proper manager of your accounts and everything. But on the other hand, when you're looking at this other aspect of someone who did not plan all of that, then first of all you have to collect. You bring it and you have it organized. You have to preserve so that it doesn't go to waste, because some people, they hear that my landlord died, nobody has asked me for rent, I used to pay on M-Pesa, I will not pay, I will just keep quiet. So you have to collect, you have to preserve, then you go to identify who is entitled, then you can go to distribution.
Okay.
And there's also debt. You pay debts before you do that.
So first of all, for this to take place,
yes,
as you say correctly, you first of all want to determine what this person actually had.
Correct.
How do you do this?
Essentially, if you had somewhere where you had left your documentation, your documents of title, your logbooks and all that, then you have a point to start from. If you did not have that and you had suspicions, all you have to do is write letters for confirmation. Let's say you used to see me walk into a bank, let me not name any bank. I used to walk into that bank, I used to have this card and all that. So you identify someone who's going to write a letter so that you can determine what was held there. What account was there? Did this person have an account with this and this? You used to see them receive letters of shares and everything. You write to the registrars to check whether the shares were there. They used to talk about a company. You write so that you can, this is the point of collecting this information so that you can preserve. Then after that, you can know how to distribute.
There's always the issue that one hears in such discussions about something called a will.
Yes.
What role does it play in all this?
A will is a very neat setup it actually cleans up and makes things easier. A will determines your wishes. It's basically your wishes, your last wishes. What would you want to do? If you have children, whom do you want to be the guardian of these children? If you have assets, who do you want it to go to? If you have debts, how do you want it to be? How do you want the debt to be settled? Your own body, how do you want it to be dealt with? How do you want it to be interred? How long and all that? So a will gives the world an opportunity to get to know your wishes. And it has to be registered. It has to have 2 witnesses, independent, and it has to have an executor, someone who is appointed to actually effect it.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, when somebody has passed away,
yes,
and they do not have a will,
yeah,
and there's property,
mm-hmm.
and there's family that is left, children, probably a wife, probably wives.
Yes.
What is the legal process after you've determined what it is this person owns?
Yes.
This thing, that the details that you then go into determining who gets what.
Yes. First of all, this is what we call, when you have a will, it's called testate. So they say that your estate has already been organized. Intestate, that is where you don't have a will. So when you have an intestate situation, you have the person, there's an order of priority that is normally given in normal procedures who can apply to become an administrator. You have to have an administrator appointed to manage that collection before you go to the distribution. So you have to make an application to court, because an administrator is an officer of the court. So you make an application, you're given interim orders for 30 days for you to start doing the nitty-gritties of collecting. Then after that, you're given another period of time where a gazette notice is published, so that anyone who has an objection with you being granted those orders of court so that you can actually administer the estate, if they have an objection, they have to raise that objection within that period of time. After that is when now you determine that this is how distribution is supposed to be. Then it has to be consented by the people who are going to be beneficiaries. They have to sign their waivers and consents. After that is when now you can go to distribution, where you have what we call a confirmation of grant. Once it's confirmed, then you're told, go distribute. And after a period of time, you're told, like maybe a year, come back and report to court that you have done this and this.
So in the absence of this particular process,
yes,
because what one hears or one reads about, there are these adventurous and creative individuals within a family,
yes,
who want to get one up on the others.
Yes.
And you hear they have proceeded to probably go and sell a property.
Yes.
Or there was a place that was a rental and they proceeded to go and collect the rent and not give to anybody else.
Yes.
Now, what does that constitute?
It's called what it's called in law intermeddling, which is actually a criminal offense.
It's a criminal offense.
Yes, and anything done in that setup is null and void. So if you know very well that I am someone who comes from a family, and even let's say that our father has died, I have siblings, or let's say in this instance my spouse or anyone, then you proceed to deal with me in the absence of my children, in the absence of a document that's showing that I have the authority, then you're risking losing that money that you're trading with me, because it's going to be declared null and void. It's going to be a case between you and I for me to pay you whatever you gave me, because you're not going to get that asset. It shall never be registered in your name.
And what if you've sold it to someone and someone unwittingly has bought it?
That's what I'm talking about. That person has actually lost because they have not done their due diligence.
Whoever's bought that property has lost.
That one is gone, because at the end of the day, due diligence dictates that they have to be they have to ascertain that the person dealing with has the capacity to sell. Buyer beware. Unless you have that, because let's say the property is registered in XYZ. My name is B. I'm selling you property registered in XYZ. How shall we have the transfer instrument drafted? I don't have the powers from the court for me to stand in for XYZ, and you still pay me money, then you're the one who is risking it. the court will look at you as a person who was facilitating an illegality. Therefore, you knew it up front.
So the person who even paid you when they shouldn't have paid, as far as the estate is concerned, they still owe because they paid it to somebody they shouldn't have paid it to.
Yes. Because you paid rent to the wrong person, so you have to pay to the right person and then chase the other one as a debt.
There is something else that one hears in this conversation. It's called a power of attorney.
Yes.
I've even heard something called an irrevocable power of attorney.
Yes.
What are these instruments?
These are just instruments that when we're talking of power of attorney, we have revocable, and then someone tells you irrevocable, and then someone talks about specific and general powers of attorney. Essentially, this is donating. In legal terms, we say you donate your powers. But the power of attorney cannot suffice at the post-death. When someone dies, the powers that they had donated to you, you cannot start waving around a power of attorney. I had a power of attorney to do this, and the person has died. That takes you to the regime of succession now.
The moment somebody has given you a power of attorney and they die, that power dies with them.
That power dies with them. We are going back to succession because many people could be running around with documentation saying this and this, but essentially power of attorney is that, let's say, city you're traveling, movies your friend, you have something that has to be done here, you won't be in that jurisdiction, you can donate power.
I give him the power of attorney.
Yeah, it can be specific or general. General means that anything that you could have done. Specific is that you deal only with my matatu collection and payment, and if I'm sued in that one, you defend and all that. So the specific.
Wait, do I have to be an attorney for me to have power of attorney?
No.
Okay.
But
Now,
it has to be documented.
it has to be documented, and you're given a power of attorney number so that when you execute, you write P/A number this and this. That one is given by the registrar of documents.
Okay.
So at that point where someone donates the powers, let's say they're traveling, let's say someone is incapacitated in one way or the other. Someone in their lucid moments, they say that I am certain that I am not in a good state of shape. I donate my powers to so and so insofar as this and this is concerned. But at the point of demise, the powers die.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So that means if I had the power of attorney and then this person who had donated that power of attorney dies, so I am no longer, I do not have that power anymore.
It goes back to the realm of succession.
All right.
Yes.
So and also if the person who had been donated that power of attorney, even if him or her also passes on, then
it
that
cannot
power
be
also,
substituted.
it don't go to my next of kin.
No.
What if I give you a power of attorney
Yes.
and a year from now I am incapacitated, meaning
Yes.
I get dementia or I get some of these mentally debilitating illnesses, and so I am actually not in a frame of mind to make sound decisions. How does that power of attorney then work?
It is very valid because the power of attorney actually gives, because you have to give someone you have a level of trust on.
Because you're giving them authority.
You're giving them authority. Whatever they do in your name. It's like an agent who acts for a principle. So this principle is well assured that this person will do anything and everything as if it was me. So if by bad luck things turn that you're not in your right state of mind, then that power of attorney actually works for, actually steps up for its particular function. So you cannot say that when you gave this, you were very much clear of mind and everything. Now it has changed, and then someone tries to say that no, that power of attorney does not apply. No. Actually, that is why it was there. Yes.
There are cases that I've read of.
Yes.
Where somebody is incapacitated in the manner that I have described.
Yes.
And in the tussle and squabbles, somebody comes up with the power of attorney. Now, how relevant is that power of attorney then? Because 5 years into my illness,
yes,
then somebody comes up with the power of attorney, which nobody had presented when I was of sound mind.
At any given point.
Yes, but it now appears, and it's clear that I've been of unsound mind for some time.
Yes. Now, sorry, finish first.
I was going to ask, does that present something that is contestable?
Now, the only points of contest would come if that power of attorney was signed or registered post your mental instability.
Yes.
But if it was pre and it was duly registered, it has a number and everything is there, then it's still valid. Only that someone may question the intentions of why were you sitting all along and watching this person deteriorate in this, because power of attorney also grants someone an opportunity to take care of you in those moments. Let's say you've refused certain medication, you're supposed to sign something but you're not in a good state of mind. This person can actually sign for you. And then a person sits back and waits. Of course, someone will see malicious intention, but the document is valid if it was signed pre. But I've seen those instances where someone tries to sign a power of attorney when someone is already not in a good shape. So they go to the hospital, they say, oh, sign here and all that. That one is invalid because that one is not a properly executed document. You can question the mental status, the capacity of this person to sign.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Twende huku kwa terror financing allegations.
Yes.
How do you handle that?
Of course, we have an active matter ongoing with regards to that. And this, it's an eye-opener. I would call it an eye-opener for most of us, and especially professionals and anyone who renders services, because we have what we call the Prevention of Terrorism Act, which gives very far-stretching and sweeping powers and also provisions that should you just be involved in any way, whether it's within your knowledge or not, then you're guilty of an offense. And then that offense carries a penalty of not less than 20 years. So this is where it becomes a bit funny. So I don't know if we are discussing this, we need to look at how the act is couched vis-a-vis the common person who is not aware of these things. And the biggest question, which I know legally does not feature anywhere, is it fair?
Let's start with the fact that people are now currently being charged with that particular
provision.
Yes. What would make a police officer come in here and arrest me on terror charges?
Of course, we have so many instances, because again, the police, they are given this leeway of when they're suspecting and they have good reasons, because mere suspicion is not good enough, then they do the investigation, then they can put 2 and 2 together, find that in one way or the other you're directly linked, or you have featured anywhere, then that's the point they can come and arrest you. They request for time for investigations. If they find something that they can charge you with, then they go ahead and draw the charges. If not, then you're discharged, maybe with a warning to be careful and things like that.
So by the time the police are arresting me, shouldn't they be having sufficient evidence to know that movies are terrorists? Right?
Yes.
Like they have sufficient evidence. So whatever they're looking for after that is just any additional thing that perhaps was overlooked or they hadn't, that probably came to their attention after the fact that they've arrested me. But by the time you're coming to arrest me, and especially on something like terror, murder, mulipata the murder weapon. Okay, in this case it's terror. You found me with the explosives. You found me with the detonators. You found me with maps or blueprints of the buildings that I'm intending to blow up. Surely.
You see, the thing is that the law has in its own provisions. We have the Police Act and also we have the Criminal Procedure Code. It gives them a leeway to detain you for purposes of investigations. And this is just to neaten up some of the things that they did not have in place. Now, the balances here are against the constitutional right to liberty vis-a-vis them observing maybe national security or things like that. So we want, or not that we want that, but the courts have always been there as standing as an umpire in between, so that they can weigh in the two competing interests. Because the police will say that if we don't do this, this and this will happen. On the other hand, your right to liberty, you would be out there saying, if you didn't find me with anything, do not arrest me. Do not detain me.
Yes.
So these are the considerations that we have. But on an ideal world, an ideal situation, what you're saying should be correct, that before you get arrested, the person who is arresting you should have sufficient evidence to ensure that actually you can be prosecuted of that offense. But the law allows them through what we call a miscellaneous application. A miscellaneous application is where the police officer drafts reasons and an application to court to detain you for a certain period of time as they neaten up their investigations. But they have to give sufficient reasons why your liberty will be a risk to the investigations being done properly. And maybe you will interfere with some of the investigations. Maybe
witnesses.
Maybe you will flee. Maybe you'll go and destroy evidence, witnesses, and all that.
Okay.
All these have to come into place. But again, the question normally is, because you had time to come up with these charges against this person, why didn't you do that?
For example, during maandamano ya Gen Z,
Yes.
several individuals were arrested. And from what I understand, they were very many, like over 100 of these young people were arrested
Yes.
on terror charges. Would you be knowing what evidence was used to determine that these folks were terrorists?
Not the evidence. Again, remember I started with the suspicion aspect here. And you see, the definition of terror is a bit fluid in a way.
Okay.
Because someone will not come and say that you have actually been involved in terror, in terrorist act, unless there is an act of terror that happened, which is now you being arrested after the fact. But when you are arrested on suspicion, then there are these ancillary things that come into play. Maybe you're involved in financing, organizing, planning for things like that. And then they are suspecting that there's a conspiracy to do A, B, and C. These are the things that are ancillary before the fact. So when you're arrested in like those young men and everything, they would have said that the charges are planning, participating, and to act that are going to lead to a terrorist act.
Okay.
So you see, this is something that they're building up to. And this is where I was saying that we need to go and revisit this aspect of the act, the prevention of terrorism. Remember, the act is, from its own name, it talks about prevention of terrorism. Now, on the prevention of terrorism, the reason why I've seen so many of these charges stem up under this act, because this act gives you more leeway. In normal instances, when you go for normal offenses, you're told that you can only hold someone for maybe a period of 14 days, 7 days, 14 days, 21 days. But this one starts from, let's say someone starts from 60 days, someone starts from 40 days, so it gives them more leeway. So this is why it's easier for them to hold someone on these charges, and then after someone who has held you for 40 days and then they say, no, there's not enough evidence. You know, the damage has already been done.
Yeah. Psychologically, this person has been messed up.
That's why I'm finding it I have a lot of personal reservations for the police misusing this act. They approach the court, charge you with terror because those kids at the streets, they were just protesting. So what is the aspect of terror that you bring them, and then you ask the court that you want to hold them for 20 days and then you go for an extension of another 20 days and then...
They actually may have had a point.
Yeah?
Yes.
Who, the cops?
Yes.
Yes.
They're the ones who are terrorized. At the very thought, yes.
Yes, they were the ones who were terrorized.
Yes, I'm actually not being facetious.
Yes.
And the people who gave them the orders, they were the ones who were terrorized by what they were seeing. Because evidently it's something that they had not anticipated, and it wasn't going the way they had thought it might go. A peaceful protest is disturbing. When people are causing mayhem, that's easy to deal with. You rain violence on them. But when all they're doing is listening to music and chanting and walking, they are not really. So it's scary, and the numbers are large and the numbers are increasing, and they're telling you in advance what they're planning to do, and then one of the things they've told you in advance actually happens, and you see it. it is terrifying if I was in a position of authority.
But City, when you look at the acts are not they are not subjective. That the terror is supposed to be upon Mbuvi and not the general public. You see, the act is some sort of a social contract between the general person and the protector and the government. So it should act against the entire public. If you were to tell me that the entire Nairobi was terrorized, the entire public was not that the police were facing and they were terrorized because the protest was in this and this manner. Terror has to cover all, because remember, it is the republic against this person.
Let me give you context with reference to Tanzania.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
They had never witnessed what they witnessed in this last election.
Indeed.
Arguably, the Kenyan police service are accustomed to people protesting.
Yes.
All right?
Yeah.
Now, here you are doing what you normally do in the way you do, and there are these large crowds of people coming to you, and you are armed with a fully loaded weapon.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
They are more than you, and they're coming towards you. It can be terrifying, because this is not something you're accustomed to. You honestly do not know what to do.
It is terrifying, I agree with you, but it's not an act of terror.
You see, to them it is. I am not trying to interpret or reinterpret the law.
Yes.
What I'm trying to explain here is this. If we remove the word terror from this conversation, we remove the law from it, and use the word fright.
Yes.
When somebody is frightened, they will act in a very adverse manner because they are frightened.
True.
When people are scared, they do really, really vicious and very strange things because they are scared. They think that the actions are protective, but that extremity is because they are scared. That is really my point.
I agree with you.
Well,
Yes.
but you know, let's just understand terrorism from a citizen perspective.
Yes.
What we are used to seeing, Al-Shabaab, Al-Qaeda, blowing up buildings, shooting people, getting people off buses, lying them on the ground, and shooting them. That is the definition of terrorism for a kawaida mwananchi,
For a common person. Yeah.
exactly. So when they hear that Mbuvi, for example, was charged with terrorism, they're imagining, was he covered? Did he have a balaclava, for instance? Did he have guns? Did he throw grenades at crowds or people or buildings? That is where we are not reconciling. But anyway, we've run out of time, unfortunately.
It's okay.
What I shall do, I'll give you an invitation, like I always do to all my our guests, and then I'll ask you, Lawrence, get time,
Yes.
come, let's talk about this terrorism thing, and also let's talk about what the rights that citizens have in case you are locked up. What you need to do to make sure that, first of all, you can see tomorrow.
Yes.
Because we know people sometimes go to the station,
They never come back.
and then they leave straight for the mortuary.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
thank you so much. That is
It
Lawrence
was a pleasure.
Obonyo, an advocate of the High Court. We're talking about family property and, of course, terrorism and how you can, do I say, protect yourself from terrorism? Anyway,
How you can be terrified.
according to
Thank you,
city's definition.
Thank you so much.
All right, Sasa. Here's the news with today, Nani Akoko. I think it's Soki Brenda. All right, here we go.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Soki Brenda. 9 people remain missing following the devastating mudslide in Elgeyo Marakwet County. The government has confirmed the death toll has risen to 39, while 3 survivors are still hospitalized and receiving medical and psychosocial support. Government spokesperson Isaac Mwaura said the state has been working around the clock through a coordinated multi-agency response. Search and rescue operations were paused to allow families to hold burials in an orderly and dignified manner. The Social Health Authority, SHA, will enhance the cancer benefits package to provide universal health coverage and restore public confidence in the system. This is according to President William Ruto. In his State of the Nation address in Parliament on Thursday, President Ruto revealed that the package will increase from the current 550,000 shillings to 800,000 effective December 1st, 2025.
Social Health Authority will enhance the cancer benefits package from the current 550,000 shillings to Kenya shillings 800,000. effective December 1. 8.9 million households have so far been visited. 9.9 million diabetes screenings have been done with 134,000 cases diagnosed. 6.5 million hypertension screenings have been conducted with 305,000 cases confirmed.
And Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has called on Kenyan musicians and creatives to unite in establishing a national trust fund that would support the families of artists in the event of death or other hardships. Speaking on Thursday during the burial service of renowned gospel musician Betty Bayo at Ndumberi Stadium in Kiambu County, Kindiki said the initiative would provide critical financial security for families often left vulnerable when artists pass on. The Deputy President emphasized that the proposed trust fund would ease the burden on families who rely heavily on an artist's income.
Na mimi nawasihi marafiki wengi artists na musicians wale wako katika creative economy. Hapa kwetu Central Region tuko na wengi, very talented, very powerful. Please come together and let us establish a big foundation or trust to provide resources to take care of the children of artists and the families of artists.
Elsewhere, chaos erupted at the Olkalau Lockouts on Thursday when the family of 24-year-old murder victim Angela Muthoni rejected the 5-year sentence handed to the prime suspect. The family described the decision as rushed, unfair, and profoundly disappointing. Tension soared as relatives insisted that no witness had testified in the case, which they say has only been in court for about 3 months. Angela's family added that the 5-year was not enough over the murder.
Being a murder case, the family of the victims were informed that there was a plea bargaining that was entered into without their involvement. A probation report was given. The judge went ahead to give a sentence which we feel is very unlawful and irregular.
This is justice denied. Muthoni was just 24 years old. I have evidence. I have records, witnesses. They were never called. Hakuna mtu ameitwa.
We have not seen justice and we are appealing for the government of Kenya to fanyie justice.
As Sudan continues to face a severe humanitarian emergency as fighting between the Sudanese armed forces and the Rapid Support Forces fuels one of the world's largest displacement crises. The conflict, which began in April 2023, has displaced more than 12 million people, according to humanitarian estimates. Aid agencies report widespread suffering due to hunger, disease, and ongoing violence. Norwegian Refugee Council said at least 100,000 people have fled El Fasher and surrounding villages since October 26th. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. I'm Soki Brenda.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Bukayo Saka is in the final stages of agreeing a contract extension with Arsenal, according to French publication RMC Sport. The winger, who has scored 3 Premier League goals in 6 appearances this season, has 2 years left to run on his current deal at his boyhood club. The report from France claims that negotiations are ongoing, but both parties are confident of finalizing an agreement over an extension until 2030. The Arsenal sporting director Andrea Berta has already tied down William Saliba and Gabriel to contract extensions. McLaren's title contenders Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri struggled in first practice at the Las Vegas Grand Prix as Ferrari's Charles Leclerc set the pace. Norris and Piastri ended the session on a dusty track in 6th and 8th places after a series of off-track moments. Norris was 0.456 seconds slower than Leclerc, who headed Williams' Alex Albon by 0.166 seconds. Red Bull's Yuki Tsunoda was third ahead of teammate Max Verstappen for the first time since they have been teammates this year. And that's your sport update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Radio Generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high, all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back to Radio Generation. I keep forgetting and putting my elbow in the air. But it is 8 minutes past 8 o'clock. City Muga is in the studio. City, a very good morning to you once again.
Good morning to you, Paul Mbuvi.
So umesikia mahali unafaa kuandika will, mali yako ndio isifanye ile kitu itafanywa na wale wengine.
Gani?
Si mali.
There's a way of even making it better. Unaganya hiyo kitu when you're alive.
Yes.
So you, by then it's documented, kila mtu iko kwa jina yake. So by the time you die, you're just dead.
You tell them in advance, by the way.
You don't tell them. You actually, kama ni nyumba niko nayo, of vyumba, I make sure umepewa na kwa jina yako, umepewa kwa jina yako, umepewa kwa jina yako. So your story ati, when I die, what happens? Your story hakuna.
Yeah. Someone is saying, yeah, this is Tamara Blessing. A will would seem to me to be an instrument by which the dead control the poor on how to distribute their estate. Evans Onyango anasema,
no, she's right.
Yeah.
And it is my estate. I can distribute it the way I like when I'm dead or alive.
Sawa.
Kama upendi hiyo, unda yako.
But we have cases where administrators shortchange real beneficiaries.
Yes.
That's very true. Last but not least, Musema Ukweli anasema, dissect yesterday's lies, falsehoods and conmanship scripts by Kasongo. Alright, Musema Ukweli ametuleta back to the conversation. In studio, we do have a very good friend of the show, that is Professor Herman Manyora. He's a political analyst. Prof, welcome back to Radio Generation.
Thank you. This is home, like I said before.
No, ko at home chai umepewa. Wamekupatia biscuits.
Bado, imagine.
Niliambia ule madama kujenge bana, haja kusort. Don't worry.
Alafu pia, hiyo mambo ya will.
Yes.
Will ni ya nini? Hii ni watu wameiba pesa, wako na shida hizo pesa. A man is supposed to have just enough for themselves.
Okay.
So if you are working, just enough to maintain you in your life.
Okay.
If you have a mortgage, you clear. If you have some small thing, you do a small thing. You take your children to school. And when you die, or when you retire, you just have your pension and something small to live on.
But there are some people
now after that, when you die, there is nothing to bother about what City Muga had. But this issue of will and what have you in the Kenyan context is about people who have stolen money. They have so much of it, people fight over it. But an ordinary man who has worked hard, by the time you die, you don't have much left.
But it's
what do you have a problem with what is left? And then there is another big problem. And this I'm addressing Kenyans.
Yes.
Don't steal public money to be able to please your children. Number one. Number two, don't deny your children the right to create. I have put up a house, I know, a useless one maybe. But every time you go home, you see where the house has reached. At night, unaenda na tochi kumulika uone. The satisfaction you get from creating, from building. Why are we denying our children?
So what you're saying,
mtoto anamaliza shule umemnunulia nyumba
na gari
you have furnished the house. He can't enjoy doing it. He must do it. He must grow. Should even go to Dandora, pay 8,000 shillings, move from there, go to Buruburu, pay 30,000, grow like that until they have their own apartment in Kileleshwa, which they are paying if they are having a good job. They are happy with the wife or with the husband growing together, building and creating, taking the children to the schools they can afford, finally taking them even to better schools because they have grown in the career. Why are you doing these things for your children?
But Prof,
don't.
Everything we do, we strive to live a better life than the ones our parents lived.
That's not how it's intended. It is intended that you create, you build, get satisfaction from creating and building. Give your children the same opportunity to create and build. Let them be happy when they buy their first house. Let them be happy when they buy their first car.
Yeah.
Magufuli, read the story of Magufuli. Listen to Jessica, the daughter of Magufuli, talking about Magufuli. Yeah.
But I don't want my children to struggle the way I struggle.
They should struggle.
To struggle with rent.
No, they must struggle.
Struggle with looking for employment.
You are debilitating the children.
Hold on. I don't want them to struggle looking for employment.
No.
Right now, I don't want them to struggle with rent payments. So if I can secure a future for them, then they struggle beyond that.
Na wazungu mnatamani mtoto akifika amemaliza kama campus. Akikaa nyumbani analipa rent. Analipa baba yake na mama yake rent. Nyinyi mnaharibu watoto wenyu. Mimi nakwambia ukweli kabisa. Na hizi pesa mnawapatia mmeiba za serikali.
Okay.
Let's go on. Let's talk politics now.
We shall talk about succession at a different time.
Call me with a lawyer here.
And wealth creation also. We need
people
to
create their own. There's satisfaction in creating something.
All right.
Don't deny it to your son. Don't deny it to your daughter.
So the conversation for today is intended to be about Ruto's State of the Nation address that was done yesterday. Some of the hits and the misses. I don't know if you saw, because I watched this last night, the northeastern community, the Somali community basically in Kenya was complaining that the president didn't address anything to do with them. And they said that they feel like they are not part of this country or this Kenyan community because of specifically what the president did not say about them yesterday. I don't know what you make of that.
The president cannot say everything. In fact, when I listen to the president's speech, it has not changed from Moi's days. Oh God, who are these people who write the president's speech? And even if you look at the constitution in terms of what the State of Nation address should entail, I think it's only Uhuru who did it once, the day he received standing ovation. You remember?
He did, yes.
Because he's supposed to go strong on corruption and what you are doing about fighting corruption, measures and steps taken. Well, even on Jamhuri Day, whatever you call it, Jamhuri Day, Mashujaa Day, the president regurgitates the same things. The speeches are disjointed. What happens is the speech writers go to Minister of Agriculture and get a section from Minister of Agriculture. They go to education, they get a section from there. Then they try to join them together. And they don't even link. They don't make sense. They don't feed into each other naturally. You get it?
Yes.
So the president should not be reading those kind of speeches. Because again, you can't say everything about everywhere. The time to spend on agriculture alone is too much. You can't do that.
Okay.
So the Somali community should not worry. The president may not have had sufficient time because of the way the speech is structured.
Yes.
And another thing about the speech, the president comes out looking very bad.
How so?
You know me, I tell these people the truth. I hope they are listening. When you watch Ruto, you sympathize. First, here is a person out to impress. The president's speeches are written for the president to impress, not to communicate. Number one. You know, there's a difference between expressing and impressing. Communication should be about communicating.
Right.
Not you express something, not you impress. Number two, the way it is delivered using the teleprompter, which is okay, makes the president appear like some kind of cartoon, some kind of it's like a recited speech. It's a tape recording. And yet the president is a powerful speaker. Why are they denying him that? Ruto is such a powerful speaker. Ruto is so good with words. Then he's reduced into something you wonder, what is all this now? I think those who prepare the president's speech and the president himself, they should make the president relax. I'll give you an example.
Okay.
Between Nyayo Stadium during Raila's funeral service and Bondo, look at how Ruto came out nicely in Bondo. Because he came out, he talked to the people naturally. He was a person relating with the people. They should learn from that kind of, you know. So that's I think that's all I can say for now.
But I think there's what you're saying makes sense, yes, indeed, because if you look at what he did during Raila's funeral, that was politics. he was talking about this friend of his political friend, his political partner.
But
whatever.
deliver nevertheless. It's
Yes.
deliver. I'm talking about
Yes.
public speaking.
And I think for politicians that is natural. But when you are speaking as the president in parliament, delivering a state of the nation address,
You can still do that and come out naturally. Yeah.
Okay.
Preparation of speech. They are what we call auditory markers. You can, there are things in speeches which make you come out natural.
Okay.
Yeah, natural. And Ruto is good. Ruto, actually, Ruto should deliver a very short speech. Because he's a powerful speaker.
Yeah.
And Ruto is a person who can very easily get off the script if the situation and the occasion allows to get off the script and come back to the script without even people noticing, because he's a powerful speaker. Now they reduce him into somebody like a robot, which is wrong. Yeah.
You see
sorry.
No, go ahead, please.
Perhaps if he doesn't use that written speech and doesn't follow that teleprompter, perhaps he might end up giving us some sort of misinformation. For example, like when he was in Qatar, he said something to the tune of 1,000 megawatts are needed to run one data center. Yet, if you look all over the world, even the biggest data center doesn't use more than 150 megawatts. And it is those things perhaps that will inform him that, you know what, this is an important
Let me
communication.
tell you another thing you have reminded me of Ruto and some other leaders. There are two levels at which to operate as a leader.
Yes.
There is the tactical level and there is the strategic level. If you are not careful, and Ruto has fallen into that trap, he's operating at the tactical level. At the tactical level, you deal with minute details, operational details. You get it? The president is not supposed to deal at that level. The president is supposed to be at the strategic level. If you don't rise above, that's why generals, when they take over countries to rule them, they do very badly, because they stick at the tactical level. They don't move to the leadership level, which is strategic level. You let other people collect the data and work on the data, and then you use that information they have processed to make strategic decisions and the policy moves. You get it?
I get you.
So Ruto is intent on showing he understands the minute details. Which road goes from there? What? How many? That is not how a president is supposed to operate. A president is supposed to be at the strategic level. Yeah.
According to one of the dailies here, this is the Standard, they say that he was simply out of touch with that particular address. And this is what they say, that the chance of two-term by members of parliament during the president's State of the Nation address confirmed the worrying reality that Kenyans are on their own. It depicted a leadership disconnected from reality, just like the president's speech that cherry-picked successes and overlooked pressing issues such as education, health, and so on and so forth. Do you agree with that assessment?
I think it is true. What is coming out of this is that the president and his people are out of touch with reality. And they are firmly within what we call the dictator's trap, where people around you make you see only a section of the world they want you to see. And you yourself are a part of that team. That you only want to see what you want to see. You see that pie chart we used to draw.
Yes.
So there's a part which you can slice off the way it is done on the pie chart of 5%. That's what Ruto is seeing. But these others, 95%, Ruto cannot see.
Yeah.
It is, what I keep telling leaders at all levels. You don't have to have done all the things people want you to do, but at least show them you understand. You know the pain. Now to speak as if everything is working, people listen to you and say, what's wrong? So that newspaper is saying the truth.
Yeah.
They are out of touch with reality.
Also, the Daily Nation again, they are saying Ruto's roadmap to Singapore, and they are asking, is this a lofty dream? A bullish president, William Ruto, yesterday outlined his grand vision for the country's belated transformation into a first world nation, but for which Kenyans must pay a hefty price, 5 trillion shillings to actualize. Casting the image of a man on a mission, he highlighted how he will deliver Singapore, in quotes, amid criticism. His plan is out of touch and devoid of reality. Is it too ambitious? Will he surmount the challenges? Is the president ambitious?
It's not too ambitious. No, it is not too ambitious. The Singapore story is incomplete if you do not talk about the strategic plan that particular group of people who laid the foundation of what we now see Singapore as. What it is that were the pillars. People talk about Singapore without talking about this, because there were specific individuals who were in charge of specific ministries, because they were actually experts in those areas. If it was foreign affairs, there was an expert, somebody who understood foreign affairs, created the policies that made Singapore such a giant when it comes to foreign policy. If it was agriculture, such a person. If it was economic planning, there was such a person. Okay? And there were actually just 4 pillars: governance and institutions, economic management, social cohesion, and foreign policy. Now, the individuals who were there were people who had integrity, and those who didn't fell by the wayside. And they understood that it was important that you carry the people along with you. Public trust was at the key, was at the very, very foundation, the very fulcrum on which this was built.
Right.
Because if you're going to make plans for a country for 5, 10, let's say 10 and 15 years, you actually need to carry the people along with you. What we are reading and what we are hearing are people who are not being carried along. So if you have a plan and you're not carrying people along with you, that plan won't go very, very, very far. Okay? And yet, if you look at our constitution, okay, you look at, is it Article 132, when it talks about once a year the president must address the joint parliament. Then you go to Article 10, where it now talks about the details of what it is that must be addressed.
Yes.
Whether it is cohesion, devolution of power, rule of law, participation of the people, human dignity, equity. These are the values that must form the core of that conversation. Again, the focus is on, are you carrying the people along with you? That vision is dead. It is a stillbirth if the people are not with you.
Actually, in the first hour, I think it was, we were just looking at the CSS that this country has and if they are able to deliver. Because going back to what Lee Kuan Yew did, from what I understand also, and what I've heard from people here, is that Lee Kuan Yew had this team that helped him actualize this particular dream. And in this case, I'm looking at the president and his CSs. Are they able to deliver? Because at the end of the day, you've said, as a president, you need to be at the strategy level. And I'm assuming also the CS to some point are also at the strategy level. The people who actually actualize these dreams are the larger network of the civil servants. Are they able to deliver? Are they able to strategize and deliver? Because I hear very big names, and I hear, apart from the Singapore, I hear what we needs to be done in agriculture and in energy. We need to do this in infrastructure. But are we able to actualize these strategies that they give us?
You know, when a country is beginning a journey of success, or beginning somewhere after independence or whatever it is, there must be clear markers. There must have a vision. So we keep talking about Singapore without knowing the vision Lee Kuan Yew had the moment he took over. And even the so-called development. He hired an expert, a Dutch economist called Albert, Vincentius or something like that, Albert at least. A Dutch economist who stayed with Kuan Yew for the longest time and helped the vision build the economic miracle that Singapore then became. But when a country is beginning, it has a very clear choice. And Lee Kuan Yew said it, that he could have enriched himself. He had the choice. He said, I had the choice to make the money I needed. But did he make that choice of making money? No. What did our leaders do in this country? The moment we got independence, they made a deliberate choice to enter into primitive accumulation, to acquire as much land as possible. So some of them ended up owning land bigger than some counties. You get it?
Yes.
That was now what they started with. So the question must be asked, have we moved away from that?
No.
What drives the Kenyan leadership at all levels is theft. A country driven by theft and love for money and primitive accumulation cannot drive a Singapore model. If your intention in whatever you do is to make some money, to steal, how can you become Singapore?
Okay.
A leadership that is defined by theft cannot change a country into a Singapore. So you must make a very deliberate decision that here for me it's not about acquisition and accumulation of riches, of money. No. We want to have a different Kenya,
Yes.
where all of us build a country we can be proud of in the next 10, 15, 20 years. That's a very deliberate effort.
Yes.
And they must make it. And how did Kwan Yu do it in Singapore? How did he do it? He said, nothing but the best. Nothing
but the best.
That's what he kept singing. The meritocracy of Singapore is nothing but the best. In other words, you have asked me whether these principal sectors we have and CSS can build Kenya to a Singapore, and the answer is no.
Okay.
Until they do what Lee Kuan Yew in Singapore did. Nothing but the best. When you have this microphone here, you look for nothing but the best. The man or woman to come and sit here should be the best person for that job. Anytime you have an appointment, you give it to the best person. That's how Singapore became what it is. Is that what we are doing in this country?
All right.
Everything is laughable. You cannot be a Singapore in a country where there's no merit in appointments, where it's chronism. You are rewarding political friends and political failures,
and that
where you never put into consideration somebody's ability in doing a job, where tribe is more important than ability, where reward system operates. You can't be a Singapore. Countries are driven by minds, not by people. Minds. You have to deploy brains to push a country into a Singapore. In this country, unfortunately, we do not have that.
Do you think the citizens of this country, and this is perhaps even wishful thinking to some extent, but let me just put it out here. I look at the patriotism we have in Asian countries,
Yes.
and more specifically the Asian tigers that we want to be like. Let's even take China, for example.
Yes.
And you will find that the people of China are, as a people, they want, and as a culture, they want to advance themselves.
Yes.
And I feel like in Kenya we want to, but we are lazy about it. I will not support you in your business. I'd rather go to someone else's or even import my goods because I feel like yours are of low quality and so on and so forth. So even if the government were to get it right, what are we saying about the citizens?
This is about values. You have seen things circulating why the Jews are rich. They have the principle of everything must circulate. If you have a shilling, it must circulate within the Jewish community. That thing you've seen circulate.
Yes.
For the Asian countries, is about values. It's about family comes first. So whatever you do, you think about family. That's why some countries in the Asian world, in some communities, if you do something wrong, you commit suicide. Because you think about the shame you have brought to the family. So it's the family, it is the community, and finally the nation. So whatever you do as an individual, you keep asking yourself, what is the bearing of what I'm doing on my family?
Yes.
Will I bring shame and dishonor to the family? That's why people commit suicide. You see? Am I advancing the interests of the community? Yes, I should.
Okay.
Yes, I am. And finally, am I advancing the interest of the nation? We don't have that. So there is so much to be done. But that's not a very difficult thing to do.
Yeah.
You see, the role, you cannot underrate the role leaders play.
Yes.
In the life of a nation. When you see leaders weighing money now because counting will be too much, because the money is too much. Sasa tukipima hiki kwa kilo 10, tunajua hii ni milioni. The rest of society can't have what is required to build a country. You must demolish that culture of worshipping money. You must make money be a means of transaction, not an end in itself. So that people should begin putting money where it belongs. That money is something you use. That's why it's called legal tender.
Yes.
It has no other value. You use it to get what you want, goods and services. But we have given money value it doesn't have. So that we are living in a country where, as you talk about values and,
Yes.
and I talk about community interest and whatever it is, Our own children we have taken to school who are engineers. They approve very shoddy works. Wrong engineering, so that we have accidents. Like you see that Kisumu going to Riat Place. You see they have now removed that roundabout near Wigan Hotel, near Coptic Church. So many people have died there.
Yes.
There was no engineering that went on. That road all the way up to my place in Gambogi, as you go to Mbale, Vihiga, those areas, Chabakali. The engineering is terrible. Even when you are trying to negotiate a corner, you feel like you want to get out of the vehicle.
But my friend, when it rains on that road, that road is slippery and stomached.
And now
it is
our
dangerously slippery.
And it's our boys and girls who are engineers who have approved, because they have been given money by the contractors. Our own boys and girls we have taken to school are the ones approving substandard goods to come to this country. They are the ones letting poison into the country by way of drugs that are not even drugs. They are the ones approving. They are the ones approving food that is expired, that cannot be sold anywhere.
So they're not patriotic enough.
Yeah. Oil that has expired, that is dangerous for human consumption. Sugar that has mercury. This is not fiction. What I'm saying is true.
Yeah.
They are the ones that are inspecting supermarkets, and yet supermarkets are selling meat products that have been injected with
Poison.
chemicals to lengthen their shell life. They are our own children. So we live in a country where we have put money where money ought not to be. And that must be the beginning point. If I become president of this country, the first thing I'll do is to reduce our understanding of what money is. And you can do it practically.
How so?
First of all, let us make it very difficult for somebody to handle money. Today, if I gave Muga, pray you get this.
No, please make it a huge amount. Yes, go on.
Yeah. Today, if I gave Muga 200 million, I'm not saying it's a good amount, but I'm saying it's some little money.
It's a decent amount.
If I gave Muga 200 shillings,
200 million, please.
200 million shillings.
Yes.
You know, he will simply walk away with it. And he will begin using it. Ataenda kule Nyanza, kama alikuwa hajajenga nyumba aanze kujenga. Ataongeza shamba, majirani atawahamisha. Ataenda Kisumu anunue plot, aanze kujenga apartments. Hapa Nairobi kama alikuwa anakaa sijui wapi, kama kina Manyora hawana manyumba, ataenda mahali at least he can get a gated community somewhere. Even in Karen you can get a community with 90 million. So a country where from nowhere you buy a house of 90 million and nobody asks you a question. How? You can't do that in any other civilized country. That you just wake up from nowhere. So Muga wakes up, gets house on sale, and counts 120 million. And the documentation is the transactions clean. Kwanza hata anahepa stamp duty, alipi vizuri, anapata title. So those are the things I will work on, so that you can't just come from nowhere and buy a house of 120 million. It will not be registered. The moment you want to register that property, KRA is aware, DCI is aware, anti-money fraud, all these agencies they will be read. The moment you touch the button registering City Muga house in Karen,
they are alerted.
All those agencies know there's a house being registered in the name of Muga. And in any case, Muga will not count money and buy a house. It has to come from a bank. It has to be a transaction through a financial institution. These little things in 3, 4, 5, 6 years will make it very difficult for people to handle money carelessly. And therefore, even when somebody bribes you 10 million, you may have a problem even spending that 10 million. And within like 10 years, money will be placed where it belongs. It is a means for transaction. It's not anything else. You get what I'm saying?
You know, the process that Herman has just explained well. If you look at a country anchoring its development and progress on their strengths.
Yes.
See, what would you argue are our strengths? Pivotal to all this is human resource. Okay? And then we have natural resources. From the beginning of this week, I've been talking to you about Iceland. Okay?
Yes.
Iceland has resources, but the one that it has focused on is called geothermal power. It is alternative energy. They have it by the bucket load, in plenty, and they have utilized it. So what then happens? Because it is cheap, industries come to Iceland. People who want to process aluminium, which is difficult and expensive to process because of the power, come there. So industry goes to them. Other industries go to them. We have geothermal power. We have. The turbines that run this thing, like the ones we currently have in Olkaria, the 35-year-old, they're made by a company called Toshiba. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
They're still going strong. Minimum repairs. If you want to get to a point where you talk about development, would you then not focus on something you have an advantage of, something you have in plenty, and something that will guarantee the development or the industrialization you speak of will actually just come to you, simply because you have this source of cheap power? That conversation you do not hear.
It is not. It's not possible because all those are avenues for stealing. You know the contracts in the energy sector that they have turned people into billionaires. You know all those, including alternative energy, wind power in Marsabit. You see the suckers there. You get it. We have produced, but even the delivery lines. You know it is the independent power producers. You look at the contracts, you can't read even half.
No, those contracts actually they're confusing.
Yeah,
they are totally and clearly. You even have to ask who agreed on these contracts.
Yeah. It's a question of money. That's what I'm saying.
Yes,
I have said many times, for example, that corruption resides in the energy sector, and without energy, even the most rudimental understanding of things will tell you why the sun is at the center and why we talk of the solar system. Why for the Egyptians, Ra was a god. Ra was the sun, because the sun is central in the solar system.
Okay.
And because of energy. That's primary school science we used to learn in primary school. So you, like Muga is saying, you cannot drive development without talking about energy. How do you talk about energy when the government has loaded all taxes and levies on diesel, for example? When all the corruption that is so evident within the electricity production sector, the energy sector, makes electricity so expensive, people are barely surviving in industrial areas. You see, if you handle, let me tell you this, and that's why I laugh at this State of the Nation address and about dreams of Singapore and such things. If you dealt with corruption in the energy sector, I'm just talking of corruption alone. Some of it is so rudimental, so stupid, like fake generators. What do you call them? Transformers. That keep breaking all the time. If you dealt, and the poles, these electricity poles, if you dealt with the corruption in the energy sector, you'll bring down the cost of electricity by about 40%. Can you imagine electricity going down by 40%? And then you reduce the unnecessary levies. When you read your electricity bill, what does it look like? Fuel adjustment, what? What? If you remove those senseless levies and taxes on electricity, it will reduce by another 20%, around 15-20%. Now, we are talking of the cost of electricity today going down by 50-55%. You can imagine the impact.
Because if you
look at that impact, that is major.
It automatically reduces the cost of production.
Then you go to oil, diesel, and remove those unnecessary levies and taxes. Gee, what petroleum levies, gee, road levies, gee, what have you? Even in petroleum refinery, even when we close the refinery, every liter of petrol or diesel you buy, the actual price plus its markup and profit, whatever you call it, is about 50%. 50% of the price per liter you pay for diesel or petrol are government taxes and levies. So the government can remove those taxes and levies, not all of them, and remain with like 20%. That means you have automatically lowered the price of diesel by 30%. The impacts on the economy.
That would be tremendous.
Is huge. The jobs you will create by that alone are millions, and those jobs will grow the economy. Those people in doing those jobs and whatever they are doing in businesses, they will pay taxes. So, do you tell me this is a country that can be a Singapore?
You tell me, if we go with your example, for the electricity, if I reduce my monthly bill by 50%,
yes,
and I was probably spending 3,000 shillings on electricity,
yes,
I start spending 1,500.
Yes.
I have unlocked a 1,500 that was.
Yeah.
If I spend 20,000 shillings on fuel every month,
now
I'm spending 10,000 shillings.
Yes, yes, yes.
I have unlocked 10,000 shillings in my own small pocket and economy.
Yes.
And yes, you are right. You can imagine for companies that spend up to millions of shillings in electricity bills alone, reduce that by half, the amount of money they can do in their companies.
Yes, yes.
That would be,
They will employ more people.
Yes.
We shall attract more investors,
more taxpayers into the economy,
and they will create more taxpayers. Ultimately, you'll have a lot of money. I hear people when Ruto talked of 5 trillion, people say, "Where will you get this kind of money?"
We can actually get the 5 trillion.
About 30 years. Kenya does not need 30 years.
No,
Kenya requires 10 years of serious leadership to bypass South Africa. We have everything necessary for takeoff. In fact, we have things even South Africa doesn't have. We have what it takes to bypass these so-called huge economies in Africa. In 30 years, Kenya should not be talking of Singapore. Kenya should be way ahead of Singapore, by far.
Singapore should be talking about us.
Yes, because they don't have what we have. 5 trillion is pocket money. In fact, when Kibaki took over power, Kenya was collecting hardly 200 billion shillings in taxes. Within just a couple of years, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, we had hit 1 trillion or thereabout. 800, 700, 600, then moves. Then today we are on 3 trillion. Nobody would have imagined, like 20 years ago, Kenya would collect 2 trillion shillings in taxes. And I'm telling you, that's just, as they say, the tip of the iceberg. If people who are supposed to pay taxes in this country paid taxes, number one, we will move our revenue by almost 20-25%. If we grew the economy, if we made the economy work, in 2 years, this country will be collecting 5 trillion, 6 trillion shillings in 5, 6, 7 years. But that's just, again, the tip of the iceberg. We are selling parastatals, and we're still talking of the sovereign bond, sovereign whatever.
Fund.
Yeah.
Sovereign wealth.
How? How does Norway become the lead in that sector? When countries discovered oil together with Norway, wengine walienda into spending spree and stealing. Norway took it as something very serious for the country and went into this sovereign wealth. And now they have something nobody else can even dream of having. So why would you sell parastatals and you are still talking of sovereign? Get the right people. Get CT Muga. Tell him CT. E parastatal has the capacity to give the exchequer 50 billion per year. Can you make sure that happens? Yes. Dividend of 50 billion in the next 5 years. This parastatal we are giving you should be giving the exchequer 50 billion per year in dividends.
Prof, I want to ask you on matters energy still. Let me just read something from the Daily Nation. They say on energy, to modernize our economy, and this is from now the president's speech yesterday, to modernize our economy, leverage technology to create new opportunities to turn our agriculture and natural resources into products. Manufacturing and industrialization consume many megawatts of energy. As a result, we have to generate an additional 10,000 megawatts in the next 7 years, so as to move our country to the next level and undertake the transition necessary for our growth. He did talk about this 10,000 megawatts when he was in Qatar sometime last week, and he said, or the week before that, and he said that Kenya is currently experiencing power rationing. Personally, I have not experienced it, but rationing in 2025, and we want to be like Singapore.
Somebody said the figures were wrong. Somebody said at the peak, when we are consuming the most, that part of the day, when we were far less than what you're saying. So there was no need for rationing. All these, and I'm sorry, are games intended to create opportunities.
These are games.
Yeah, opportunities for people to make money. Unfortunately, nothing we do is sincere. We want to go into public partnerships to create money. We want to modernize an airport because people want to make money. It's not like we really want to. So all these things, even in the earning sector, you create such a huge demand in quotes. Then now you enter into all manner of schemes towards driving the 10,000 megawatts, whatever you are looking for. When in reality, you may be even be having sufficient electricity, but poor generation, poor transmission, and poor management by KPLC. Even the loss. Do you know how much power is even stolen by people?
Do you mean by illegal?
Si nitoke tu kwa hii studio nikute hawa watu wako hapa nje.
Yes.
Na tuingie magari. Tuende tuone how many people have done illegal connections of electricity, including industrial area.
Yes.
Twende tu sahi wakuja. I hope they are listening. Wakuja niambia Manyora, today utaingia jela kama hutatuonesha. So there is that which you can do first. There's a basic minimum you need to do to convince me you need more. You cannot talk of attracting investment in Nairobi when it's as dirty as it is. Clean the city. You attract investment on that alone. People say when a madman can come and invest in Nairobi. Look at the traffic congestion. A small city with just a handful of vehicles. How many, when I was doing it, was it geography? City Muga. Many years.
Yes.
There's a US city whose pronunciation is a problem to most of us. It's called Los
Angeles.
Los Angeles.
Yes. That city, I don't want to pronounce it. I'll make a fool of myself.
Yeah. That
city in California. That one.
It's huge.
When I was doing geography, I think, there were 2.5 vehicles per individual. That is many years ago. You can imagine I was in high school. I remember.
Yes.
I have not forgotten. 2.5 cars per individual.
And what was the population of it at that point in time?
I can't remember, but I'm just telling you an idea.
Yes.
Even if it can be a bit of an exaggeration there. What I'm trying to say is that how many people in Nairobi own cars? If you had to look at the population of Nairobi, it will be how many people per car, not how many cars per person. You'll find thousands of people have one car. If you are to check how many cars there are vis-a-vis the population that we say is about 4 million shillings, rightly or wrongly. What am I trying to say? There should be no congestion in Nairobi. Absolutely none. None. There should be no traffic. And when a man is making a decision whether to come and invest in Nairobi, he's looking at all these things. A person who has his billions of dollars or millions of dollars is not a foolish person. He's wondering, now I am in the office somewhere, Upper Hill or wherever it is. I have received instruction. There is an emergency in my house. Something has happened to my little girl. I must get there immediately. Tukutane pale na daktari na ambulance. Will I make it?
Unless you take a motorbike.
Or unless you get a helicopter. He will not make the decision to come and invest in Nairobi. I'm telling you, he will not. If I became very sick, before I fly to London, is there a hospital in Nairobi? Say, yes, Nairobi also. Oh, this day it has been messed. So where? Kenyatta? Whoa, that's another. It's horrible. Those are the indicators people look for. The city must be clean. It must be functioning. Only a functional city can attract investors. So unless you don't talk to me about big things when you can do small things like having Nairobi clean, having traffic flow in Nairobi, small things like that, having reliable electricity even in your own house. You are busy working on your laptop and doing things, and your children are watching movie, then pop, darkness. Who would want to come to a country like that?
And yet, the strange thing is this: our installed capacity, what is there and what can be utilized, is something like 3.840 megawatts.
And at the peak is 2.4.
Yes, it's 2.36. Really.
Yes, 2.4. You see,
so we actually have excess electricity.
Excess. It's not true that we need more. We need more for future planning. But in terms of what we have, you cannot ration electricity because you have more than you need at the peak. That's what I was looking for, those figures. 2.4 versus 3.8.
Yeah.
You get it?
Even water connection in this county is a problem.
There is enough water.
There is
Even
more,
before we
more than enough water.
Even before we do water harvesting, which everybody is doing in the world,
yes,
there is enough water. Except water cannot reach your house because these cartels will not sell their water. So unless you are able to handle these small things, what are you talking about Singapore?
Do we have water cartels in Singapore?
Of course we do.
No, I'm talking about Singapore.
How can you have such a thing?
How can you? How can you?
My friend, where? Look,
water bowsers.
When you were a child living in Gendo,
yeah.
There was water coming out of the taps.
Yes, there was until a certain time. Ikakatika.
Yes.
It's deliberate.
How do you explain a situation that with water rationing, there is an increase of people who supply you with water?
Yeah.
Where do they get their water from to supply you?
The idea is, and I want to repeat this. Yes, we can. And not even in 30 years, the way the president is saying. Kenya does not need more than 10 years to transform this country. So we can. But first, let us handle the small little things. To attract investment in Nairobi, let Nairobi be clean. Is that too much?
It's not. I don't think it's too much to ask.
And for Nairobi to be clean,
that can actually happen overnight.
The only reason why, one of the main reasons why we have traffic jam in Nairobi is matatus in the city. The reality is, the same people running matatus should be organized, and Kenyans are very good working in cooperatives and circles. They should be organized to come up with buses, like in Dar es Salaam.
Yeah,
those buses need not be owned by the rich, by the mabwenyenye. The same matatu operators working in groups, they already have circles. You can't run a matatu in this city without being a member of a circle. Those circles should transit from matatus to high capacity vehicles. With that one move alone, you have eased traffic in Nairobi.
When you talk about high capacity, you mean like they need to increase their capacities?
You need vehicles that carry more than 50 passengers.
All right.
So they are fewer and they are more organized. When I was growing up in City Muga, there was no bus that terminated in Nairobi. Buses traversed in Nairobi. 23 came from Kangemi and went all the way to Outer Ring. 34 came from the airport all the way to Ochende. 42 came from Kariobangi to Kibera. Hakuna kusimama town. Ati hapa hakuna.
Sijui pale railways, Koja.
No, vehicles are supposed to be passing town. You don't stop anywhere. Hakuna ati hapa ndio terminal ya bus. No. 23 starts from Kangemi and you pass Nairobi as you go to Outer Ring. 126 from railway station, it goes to Ongatarongai, it goes to Kiserian, it comes to Ngong, wanapendua ubao ina become 111. It comes back to railway station, it becomes 126. They go like that. The impact of that is that there will be no congestion in town, because part of the reason why we congestions, buses are stationed there. Vehicles are stationed looking for passengers. So if we can't handle simple things like this, how are we ever dreaming of becoming a Singapore?
You're actually right, because I was in a place called Lowell in Massachusetts, and what he has described is exactly what happens there. Buses do not have at stage. Railways, sijui kuna watu naenda Koja, sijui mara Globe roundabout, there's nothing like that. Yeah. A bus comes, stops for literally minutes, board, it drives off. There's no stage.
There's no stage.
Let me explain something to you. In that point in time, whatever was referred to as a bus stage, you knew even the time that bus.
Even the time.
You knew.
Unaambia 34 karibu kuja Otiendo. Na kweli ndio hiyo imeingia.
And there was a board that showed you
the time.
You unajua hiyo time and it will be there.
Yes.
So you plan your trip.
When I keep saying that we engage the reverse gear, I mean it. The things we speak of, we had. It's not that we actually had them.
We drank tap water.
Yes. It was we did.
Ukiwa kijana unaweka mdomo kwa tap.
Yes.
I actually remember that very well.
Yes. And municipal ordinances required that no building could be put up without the capacity to harvest water. It was a requirement.
Yes.
I don't know whether it's still there, it went away. I'm simply saying we had what we are now looking for.
Yes.
We somehow did away with it, and now we're looking for it.
Shortcuts because of
again.
money.
Yes.
Unless you deal with the issue of money in this country, reduce money to what it's supposed to be, not something to be worshipped. You know, Ugandans have this thing they call vesheyo. When you come to Uganda with some little money you have come from America, they refer you to as vesheyo or something like that. Sheyo is a broom.
Okay.
They say these guys who go and sweep roads in America wanakuja kuturingia hapa. You know, in other words, in this country, people with money show off the car you drive, how you dress. We must go beyond that. And unless we do that, we'll never develop this country. Money must be what it is. We started by saying this nonsense of will. People are stealing money from dying people so that people die in hospitals. You steal money for people to die. You take money for children not to go to school barefoot with jiggers, not to have a pit latrine, instead even go to the bush, open defecation, whatever it's called. You are so happy to steal money from such a desperate Kenyans.
Yes.
So that you can buy your daughter a house. Look at how stupid that can be.
Yeah.
Those are the things we are saying before we ever think of Singapore. Before we ever think of Singapore. Because all these things the president was highlighting, if we had time and we isolated one after the other.
Oh, we do have time.
If we isolated one after the other, none of them makes sense.
You know what, Daktari? Professor, sorry, we're taking a short break. And when we do return, perhaps we pick maybe 2 or 3. And
just look at the nation and how they've categorized them.
Yes.
And you can actually look at each of the things that they have categorized.
Yes.
And we see whether any of them makes sense.
Yeah. And even the standard.
The answer is none of them makes sense.
Even the standard has several of them. We shall definitely take a look at this.
The interesting one, which is housing, even in agriculture, even the so-called maize production, none of them makes sense.
Yes.
Each of them, I'll show you why none makes sense.
Yes.
And why none is coming from people who are honest.
Sawa. We shall also get to read some of the comments coming through from social media. So definitely keep it locked. Don't go too far. Also, you can send in your comments. You can send in your suggestions. You can send in via the different channels. You can use WhatsApp. You can use YouTube. You can also use our X account, which is at Radio Gen KE. Right now, though, here is the news with Soki Brenda.
It's 9 o'clock.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Soki Brenda. A family in Kitengela, Kajiado County is calling for justice after their 22-year-old son died under mysterious circumstances at a construction site. George Karaoke is said to have fallen from the 5th floor of an apartment block that was still under construction, dying on the spot. But his family believes he didn't just fall. They allege he was pushed by a ballast and cement mixer. Their concerns have raised tough questions about why construction was happening at night.
Masaa yenye nisikia ati alianguka ni masaa ya saa 2 za usiku. Alafu nikakomesha hii kitendo kwa sababu kampuni wanafaa kuwajibika na mambo ya kazi. Hiyo ni kampuni kubwa, wanafaa waajibike wakiwa kazini, wanafaa kuwa na watu wao wenye wako na experience ya kufanya hiyo kazi.
Nilipokea karibu saa 3 hata mtoto wangu ameanguka. Nikatuma brother yake akuja aangalie. Akikuja akaambia brother yake wako kwa moshari.
President William Ruto has unveiled an ambitious roadmap anchored on 4 national priorities that he says will propel Kenya into a globally competitive industrial and knowledge-driven economy. Speaking during his State of the Nation address, Ruto framed the plan as a transformative agenda that will require bold policy shifts and significant investment. Ruto said the priorities: human capital development, economic transformation through expanded agricultural production, massive investment in energy generation, and a modernized transport and logistic network are essential for securing Kenya's long-term prosperity.
Estimates indicate that achieving these four priorities will require at least 5 trillion. This is undeniably a large sum. Our critics, the high priests of eternal pessimism, who criticize without responsibility and tear down without offering alternatives, will want you to believe that our economy is going in the wrong direction.
And Deputy President Kithure Kindiki and Public Service CS Geoffrey Ruku have escalated their political offensive against impeached former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua. This as the UDA party ramps up its campaign in Mbeere North, Embu County, ahead of next week's by-elections. The party is also intensifying its push in Baringo, Banisa, Kasipul, Magarini, Malava, Ugunja, and across 17 wards nationwide.
Ndugu yangu asikuja kunitusi hapa ni nyumbani. Aombe tu kura ya Garissa. Pole tu abembeleze watu mambo ya Garissa. Awachane na mimi.
Hauna nidhamu. Haujui sisi kama Wambere. Hatuingiani kwa kitchen.
You have to register your marriage in Kenya regardless of the type, says advocate of the High Court Lawrence Obonyo. Obonyo notes that many people mistakenly believe marriages such as customary ones do not require registration, but this is not true. Speaking on Radio Generation today, Obonyo added that all marriages have one central point of registration, which is the office of the Registrar of Marriages.
We have what is protected under the Marriage Act. That is the registered marriage under different regimes, because we have very different regimes. You have customary, you have civil, and then if you profess to Islam, then we have the Mohammedan or Sharia law. And then now we have the English marriage, whereby we call it now the church one. Now, within all these ambits of marriage, you have to register. You register with the Registrar of Marriages. You know, we have a registrar of marriages that operates from most of the counties. So you have to register even your customary marriage. You know, most people think that when you go for a show or you pay your dowry, then that is done. You have a marriage. No.
Moving on, the Media Council of Kenya has sounded the alarm over what it describes as an organized and escalating campaign of misinformation and disinformation across online platforms. MCK warns that the trend poses a serious threat to public trust and the integrity of Kenya's media landscape. In a media advisory issued on November 20th, 2025, the council said it was gravely concerned by the sharp rise in the deliberate spread of manipulated content across digital platforms. South African women's rights groups are calling for nationwide protest to demand that gender-based violence be declared a national disaster in a country where attacks on women have become commonplace. The campaign began with a viral social media movement and will culminate in a national shutdown on Friday ahead of the G20 summit in Johannesburg. Celebrities, citizens, and nations have shown their solidarity by changing their social media profile pictures to purple, a color often linked to GBV awareness. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. I'm Soki Brenda.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning. Welcome back. This is Radio Generation on 90.7 FM in Mombasa, 88.8 FM in Nairobi. If you're in Nairobi and you want to enjoy yourself, come 28th to 30th of November, we are going to be celebrating the Somali Cultural and Arts Festival 2025. Now, the one that happened in 2021 was so successful that they decided, you know what, we need another one of this one. And it drew over 200,000 visitors and generated about 1 billion Kenya shillings. Yeah, and this happened at the Two Rivers Mall. And again, it's happening at the Two Rivers Mall. This is again the Somali Cultural and Arts Festival, which has returned bigger and better and brighter and more vibrant. So, what does this mean? That you need to make your way, plan some time, kwa kalenda yako 28th November to 30th, which is in about a few days time. Yeah, see, this is next weekend basically. And you need to come out there and see what entertainment is all about as far as the Somali culture is concerned. We shall have live bands. We shall have comedians from the Somali community. We're talking about both Kenyan, Somali, and also from the wider region. Yeah. So if you want to see what the kind of jokes these folks crack, you better be coming there because it's going to be moto. We're also going to have traditional dances. See watu wamezoea tu mwomboko peke yake. Pia Wasomali wako na mwomboko. Yeah. We also have food, authentic Somali meals and snacks as well. Come and experience the culture as far as that is concerned. We're going to be having, of course, different vendors on fashion, beauty, decor, and events. So if you'd like to have a Somali cultural theme event, don't just be doing cowboys and doing the Masai ones. Jibambe kidogo. Try out a Somali event, a themed event, and see how that turns out. And of course, there's a place for kids as well. It's going to be the kids zone where you can come with your children and enjoy. And you know these guys, they like doing things halal. So nikumanisha, you can be sure that you're going to enjoy time with your family. So we're going to have fun crafts for the children, hina parties, and a play area, bouncing castles, warukaruku kumbaka wachoke. And of course, we're going to have a friendly sports affair, a friendly match between Eastleigh and South Sea. Hey, so if you'd like to see, if you're a fan of football and you'd like to see this, 28th to the 30th of November, that is next weekend. Make that, mark that rather on your calendar and come and let's enjoy the Somali Cultural and Arts Festival happening at the Two Rivers Mall. In studio, we do have Professor Herman Manyora. We were just talking about the hits and the misses as far as the State of the Nation address happened yesterday as delivered by the president of this country, President William Samoei Ruto. Professor, let's just speak out some of the things that were mentioned, and perhaps you can let us you can give us your insights as far as this is concerned. For example, in economy and agriculture, the president was saying that the most urgent need right now is importing about 500 billion shillings worth of food every single year into the country. This is on agriculture. And he mentioned, for example, we have maize, sugar, edible oil, rice, wheat, and many others, including fruits.
You see, I was in a workshop somewhere and people were talking of sugar deficit. I told them, who established how much sugar we need? And where is the deficit? These are games to allow people to import sugar. Do you know what? Mm-hmm. If you are connected in this country and you get the papers required to bring in sugar-free, duty-free sugar,
yes,
or maize now, or rice, you just become an instant billionaire. You don't even do anything. You are given. Remember that case of Kibor City?
Yes.
Where you was given a paper. You are given a document allowing you to import 100. It was, I can't remember. They're called metric tons of maize. Let's just talk of bags of maize.
Yes.
You go with that piece of paper to a miller who takes that paper and he gives you your 500 million shillings or your 1 billion, depending on how much you have been allowed to import. Mm-hmm. That's how people are making money in this country. You are given a document,
yes,
allowing you to import so much rice duty free, so much sugar duty free, or maize in this instance, and you just take that piece of paper,
yes,
and deliver it to a miller or a dealer.
Yeah.
Na nakuhesabia
mamilioni
mavitu zako unaenda kwa mfuko na unaenda ukicheka.
You want to tell me that we don't have enough maize in this country?
Which maize?
Because for example,
for a long time our production has been about 40 million bags.
Yeah.
And our consumption at most was 50 million. That includes animal feed, I think.
Okay.
And the reason why we had that small deficit is the frustration farmers get, number one, in terms of marketing. So you do very well this year, you are so frustrated, you give your maize a throwaway to middlemen, next year you can't do as much farming as you did the previous year. Loss. Maize lost. From the shamba to the loss, which we can deal with very easily, including things like when you are harvesting and it's raining heavily, farmers lose a lot of the crop. Those are things those are interventions government can put in place, and with that alone, with just that alone, to streamline marketing for farmers, to avoid exploitations, and to avoid loss like in the farms through pest and what have you, and not having drying facilities and storage facilities. That alone, we shall have more maize than we need. That alone.
Yeah.
But the funniest interest, the funniest and the most annoying bit is when the president tells us we want to irrigate maize. How can you irrigate? How can you put maize under irrigation? How? How? Using God's rain. And I had the president in the state of address yesterday saying that we don't want to look at the clouds and then plant. No. We want to irrigate 50 mega dams. What are you talking about? Those are projects for people to steal money. We have more rainfall than we need for maize production. More than we need. You go to Kalo. Sahi president atoke hapa ende Kalo. Ambie director of Kalo. There's a madman called Manyora anasema.
Yeah.
We don't need to irrigate to produce maize. Director Kalo atamwambia Manyora is right. We have more rainfall than we need for maize production. If you want to do irrigation, do it for horticulture.
Horticulture.
Yeah, and the flowers. That you will irrigate, but not maize. But the most annoying one is they are saying this year we have 65 million bags to 70. The president said 70 million.
They're anticipating.
Yeah, no, last year he was talking about.
Last year we had 65
million bags against a projected consumption of 60 million, which means we are already producing more than the demand.
More than we need, yes.
Then why are we also importing? They will tell you animal feed. Then ukora peke yake. But the most tragic is this.
Yes.
When we started Gulana Kulalo, now concentrating on the president's irrigation for maize, we said we are going to put 1 million acres of land in Tana River under irrigation. And we boasted. We said we are going to produce, this is high tech. We shall be producing like 60 bags per acre. Then I sat down and said, wow. Hey, if we produce 60 or 50 bags per acre, or even 40 bags per acre, and we need 1 million bags, 1 million acres, hey, are we not going to produce more maize than we need in this country?
We are.
Perhaps that's a good thing. We sell it to other countries.
Okay, it's a very good thing.
But where is the demand for this maize?
No, it's a very good thing. Thank you. And the president comes from Wasingishu,
yes.
the bread basket. So in one spot we are able to produce more maize than we need. What are we doing to the farmers in the North Rift? I've lived in those areas. Life begins and ends with maize. When I was growing up, if you forgot to tell your parents your needs for the following year, umezama, ungoja mpaka December tena next year. So you must know, unataka shati, unataka trouser, unataka viatu, school fees wanaweka, all of that comes from maize. And that's why middlemen exploit them, because they know Christmas, feast, everything, and the tilling of the land in February comes from the sale of maize. And all the demands for the year are met then. What would the president then tell the people, his own people in North Rift? What will he tell them? That now you people mujipange. You know, this some of these decisions we are trying to make.
Yeah.
So the dams are not being put in place because we need dams. It is through those projects that people will make billions of shillings.
Okay.
We have enough rain in this country to produce more maize than we need. And if we had those projects like Gulana Kulalu and they produce the maize we are talking about, what do you do to the farmer in Trans Nzoia? Haujampanga? Me, when I was doing some history or whatever it was in West Africa, I was told, as people were being told to stop supplying slaves in the slave trade, the chiefs and what have you, they were put on a program. They planted palm trees for palm. Yeah, they were put on that. I've been in workshop where women are being told stop female circumcision, but they argue this is our time. When the season comes, is our time. We also make something out of this. So they are told no. The alternative means of livelihood we will give you. I've been on a project of the Ogek to come remove them from the forest.
Yes.
And we were saying now when we remove the Ogek, people call them the robo, from the forest.
What do you offer them?
What do you have for them? Because an Ogek person, everything is found in the forest. Honey, everything is found in the forest.
Yeah.
That's where life is. When you remove them from the forest, where do you put them? So now the president must answer this question. When Gulana Kulalu and such other projects produce maize enough for this country and for export, what are you doing to the farmer in Trans Nzoia? Have you prepared the farmer in Trans Nzoia?
Whose main source of livelihood?
It's just maize. Nothing else. And the president knows because he also grew up there. There's nothing but maize up to now. And remember, again, experts should tell the president because I'm not an expert. But Kenya's maize production is not under large-scale production.
Yes.
Kenya's maize production is under small holdings, small-scale production. What do you do to those people if you begin to produce maize on a large scale sufficient for this country? You kill families completely. I mean, let us be serious about this country because we are just jokers. You cannot produce 70, 80 million bags of maize without destroying livelihoods.
But I also question that production that they speak of.
Okay.
Because it is not difficult to estimate how much we can produce based on what just the number of acres under cultivation and the number of bags you anticipate from that sort of cultivation. If you look at even the numbers that we talk about regarding our consumption, let's say 2025, 2026, okay? And the production. If you look at sources like, for instance, the U.S. agricultural agencies that monitors these things, they estimate our production to be at 4.4 million metric tons. And they also estimate that our consumption will be at 4.4 million metric tons, meaning we produce enough for us to consume. And by the consumption doesn't mean ugali. It means everything that you use the maize for, including animal feed.
Yes.
So we are just jokers. When people import maize in this country, it's not because we have no maize. Number one. Number two, if we remove small encumbrances for the farmer, inconveniences, small struggles for the farmer, we will have more maize than we need without doing anything else.
Yeah.
I don't know that you are getting.
I'm getting you, Prof.
Number
Kabisa.
three,
yes.
Assuming what they are saying is true, and you produce those millions of bags from Tana River, then you have killed the farmer in Trans Nzoia, in Bungoma, in Uasin Gishu, and in Nandi. And that's where the president comes from.
Yeah.
So let us stop. In agriculture, there's nothing anybody is saying. Because fertilizer is just part of the story. The truth is, the fertilizer we are being told is subsidized. In fact, the actual price of fertilizer commercial should be lower than that. You go to Morocco, for example, and bring fertilizer. Commercial. Just bring from Morocco. Commercial fertilizer. No subsidy, no nothing. It'll be cheaper than the so-called subsidy. And so we are just joking with this country.
And by the way, we produce fertilizer.
Yes. We have the minerals for fertilizer.
Tanzania No. We actually have we have factories that produce fertilizer in the country. The one that I'm speaking of, the one that you speak of, you know this company Nairobi Toyota. These fellows who they have a fertilizer factory in Eldoret.
There's a factory.
The vehicle company.
Yes, Toyota doesn't just produce vehicles.
No, I'm actually confirming.
Yes,
Sifao, they are called Sifao.
They are called Sifao now.
Yeah.
It's like when people hear of Samsung in this country, they think TV, they think phones. Samsung they make ships.
They even have bulldozers.
Bro, planes. I'm simply saying that big industry, the moment Sifao is here doing what they do, I would have assumed that given that we have the natural resources to produce fertilizer, the discussion would be not importing cheap fertilizer,
but producing.
Yes, exactly.
Tanzania is producing.
Yes.
Enough. So, look, if you want to convince me you want to food security in this country,
yes,
there are things that you must do. Number one, you must address land ownership. You cannot have another disease we have other than money is land. People have land they don't use for prestige, for speculation. Even in Nairobi here, if you address land that is held, there are very many vacant spaces in Nairobi and the environment of Nairobi, which if you had a law, because the laws are actually there, if you implement it,
yes,
and you either make use of that plot you have or it is taken away from you. So when it comes to land, we must make sure all arable land is put to use. We cannot allow you to own 10,000 acres in Narok for the last 20 years. You have never touched it. Na umepiga waya, hata Masai hawezi kuleka ng'ombe pale. We can't allow you as a country. That's not your land. That's Kenyan land. We must have laws that address that issue. Or people who have land they are not using. So either you are using it, or you are leasing to somebody, or you pay taxes on idle land. This, before you move in that direction, talking of food, you are just a joker. Secondly, how can anybody talk about food security in this country? I like the issue of maize because mimi ni Mluya na ukali. Unajua ukali? Kaukali.
Kaukali kale kakupwa na katoko.
Katoko kale kakupwa, sisi tunakula ile kupwa. Na kama uko na ingo kwa kitogo chicken.
Sasa umemaliza kabisa.
So I stay much on maize.
Right.
Tell me this, City Muga.
Yes.
A country that is serious with maize production, can they allow just about anybody to bring any seed? Do you know how many people produce and sell seeds in this country, including imported seed for maize? Do you know how many? You just drive along the way, move, or you are in a matatu, unaenda Nyeri. You see those plots you keep seeing, this type of maize. You see them.
They even have to, kuna kibao imeandikwa.
Yeah, imeandikwa. Can you be serious about food security? The first thing you start with is seed.
Yes.
Seed. There are years in Kitale I have seen. There are years in Kitale when maize does not go beyond 3 feet for almost every farmer. There are years that farmers get into trouble. Sometimes because in a whole area,
yes,
the fertilizer supplied was completely bad. The maize seed was completely bad. Fake seed. You must begin by giving. A country like Kenya cannot commercialize seed production. Cannot. Egerton University, thousands upon thousands of land. Seiuku, thousands upon thousands. UON, University of Nairobi, agriculture. All the experts are there. Carlo, Kenya Seed. This should be the people tasked with production of maize seed. Only they will produce under the supervision of Carlo. Only they will produce maize seed in this country. Anybody else found with any other seed will be taken to jail.
Why do we have all these other agencies commercializing the seed?
Allowed. Because it's business. Money is everything to Kenyans. There are Kenyans here who are planting thousands upon thousands of acres of land to produce maize seed. We know them. Some of them big families. You cannot address food security in this country with all sorts of seeds, maize seed in this country. Carlo,
yes,
Kenya Seed, University of Nairobi, Egerton University, and other universities teaching agriculture must team up to produce enough maize seed for the country, and that should be the only seed allowed. No other seed should come into the country. Before we agree on whether we are doing GMO or not,
yes,
let us do original, organic, natural seed under Carlo supervision and Kenya Seed, with the support of our universities and NYS. NYS also has a lot of land. Instead of producing maize for consumption, they should be producing maize seed. That way you can convince Manyora that we are serious about food security. So anything else is a joke.
The seed my grandmother uses is gotten from these institutions you're talking about.
Yeah. They're all over. Through cross-pollination. You can't even be sure of what is coming from your farm. your neighbor Muga anapanda sijui inaitwa nini. Wewe unapanda ingine. Mimi napanda wind in a blow in a, it messes everything.
Can't even pollinate.
Yeah, and you see in these serious countries, you've seen serious countries, New Zealand, Australia, what have you, even Netherlands, small countries. You must be a registered farmer. And what you've plant must be certified seed for that area. You can't plant anything in your area. You can't mess other people's funds.
So it's like controlled construction where you only...
Yes. So until we do these simple things, and I keep going back to being simple, until we manage these simple things, let nobody ever mention the word Singapore.
Yeah.
Singapore was a swamp. Malaria, mosquito. Nobody thought Singapore could be anything.
Professor, the way you're describing this, you're making me feel like we have incompetent people at every level of our strategic implementation development.
A combination of greed and incompetence. When the two work together now, it's a disaster. Either the people are incompetent or they are greedy.
Is it that?
But quite often both. The people in this country that lead us, that do implement things, they are both incompetent, inept, and greedy.
On still the matters of yesterday, the president also spoke about education. So let me just read this. We have increased the education budget from 490 billion in 2021 to over 700 billion this year, which has facilitated better infrastructure in our education system, more teachers and trainers, and enhanced funding for our colleges and universities. I have reorganized government departments to establish a dedicated state department for science, research, and innovation to support the urgent need to scale up STEM courses.
Something like, just like with agriculture, no seriousness. There are certain basic things, but yet so fundamental you must address.
Yeah.
When you talk about education, the first thing is, let's get out of the way CBC. That's an animal. And the president, in his wisdom, when he was campaigning, and I really supported him on that, he said, this animal called CBC does not make sense. We will abolish it when we take power.
Yes.
I wish he had done it. So you must address CBC, which is what is killing education, before you go far. These are games from the West. They don't want Africans to get an educated mass. Because Africa is already worrying the West. It's worrying everybody, including China and India. Why? The fastest growing population, the most youthful population.
Our literacy levels also.
Now, if literacy levels go high, the West will no longer exploit Africa with the people like you now in charge, or with the penetration of education. So they must mess your education. CBC is a direct attempt to mess up. So with CBC still in force, don't talk about education. Let's leave that.
Wait, Professor, on matters CBC, are we saying that that particular system is not going to help our education to become better, competitive, just like
it's a disaster.
No, it won't.
I'm an education student.
Yes.
It's a disaster. It's a complete disaster. It can't work. If it has been tried elsewhere and abandoned. If you look at places where something like that has worked, like Finland and whatever, you look at the population of the countries, look at the GDP of those countries,
and look at the investment they have had,
infrastructure put in place for it. It can't work. Please, it's not even debated. If it's working in Finland, what's the population of Finland? What's their GDP? What is the infrastructure put in education? Yeah, how, it can't work in a place like this. It's just a total waste.
Consider when you look at it, Paul.
Yes.
Ask yourself this very, very simple question. What is it about the 844 that was not meeting the requirements of the country in terms of its strategic planning, so that we had to overhaul it completely to bring in this? And what is it that this particular system is going to bring that we could not have grafted if it was changing into what we had before? But this is a discussion that we had even with the previous system when we introduced the 844. I was an educator then because I am essentially an educator. So these are questions that we've asked. Every time a new system is introduced, it is not something that we've grown ourselves and determined that this is what we need. Somebody has come with that clever idea.
From outside.
Yes. Now, this particular system,
it came from UK.
Also came up with an idea. Remember, they wanted to eliminate the teaching of maths. Until I thought, what utter madness is this? Maths.
Yeah.
The very livelihood of this process we call education is anchored in that. And then someone is telling you that you don't teach it, you teach it at this level.
They just want to kill education, and it's obvious, we know. So CBC is the first start.
Yeah, you asked something. Let me just read this about Finland. You said Finland, right?
Yes.
So the population of Finland as of last year is 5.63 million people.
Almost Nairobi.
Yes, and then their GDP, this is now per capita, is at $66,500. Yeah.
So you see, leave CBC. You cannot have a conversation around education before you look at the country called Kenya and the people called Kenyans, where C.T. Muga and Paul and Manyora live. And you ask yourself one basic question. Looking at the socio-economic status of this country, do we have people who can pay for education for their children?
Not many.
They are not there. And therefore, until and unless education is free, don't talk about education. Don't you dare talk about anything about education. We cannot have a conversation on education if education is not free in this country. Because the level of poverty in this country is such that over 80-90% of citizens of this country cannot afford the basic payment required for education. I've taught at the university for many years. I keep saying I have nothing to show for it, which is true. But I thank God for being alive and being there and making my small contribution. It used to be that every student admitted to university used to take up the place. And that's why there were never second intakes or things like that. People wouldn't believe. Because everybody used to take their position. And the few who didn't take, in order to avoid corruption, those places were never filled. But there were too few anyway. If you admitted 10,000 in Kenyan universities, less than 100 students will defer or not take up their position. Today, the number of students not taking up university places is scaring. I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
But isn't that as a result of population growth?
I will tell you how. It should be the other way around. The number is scary. There should be competition for those places so that almost nobody fails to take up the place. There are few explanations. The number of students not even applying for universities, that's another story. But I'm saying those admitted and don't take, the numbers are significant to worry anybody.
Okay.
Secondly, of all these years I've been teaching at the university, I've not heard of dropout, university dropout. It is you. Once in a while you come across a woman, a girl who got married and she discontinued, or somebody who became sick and you ask, where is Nani? She became unwell, and you would know them. Today, university dropout phenomenon is real. The years I've taught at university, if you went to class and they found 89 students on average every time you teach, when you give exams, the students doing the exam will not be more than 90, 95. Today, you teach a class, you find on average 90, 80 students. When you give exams, they are 300. What does that tell you? Students are not attending, and there are many reasons. But the one I want to isolate to show you these guys are not serious.
I'm so sorry, Prof.
Is because students are hustling to survive. Why are we doing this to these children yet sisi tulipatiwa masomo bure? Your work was to read. Your work was to engage in the serious business of learning, not looking for Sukuma Wiki. How can a student be in class when they don't know where they will eat lunch? They are hustling to get the Sukuma Wiki. This is what we are doing to ourselves. And wanting to talk about success in education, when students, even when you are teaching sometimes, those who don't want to miss yet they have not eaten, you can see them yawning. You can see them dozing in class, in lecture halls. We see students doing things we can't mention on a program like this. Our students are doing things we can't talk about in public to survive. In a country like such as ours called Kenya, given the levels of poverty, education ought to be free. Then we can have a conversation. So those two.
Yeah.
One, remove CBC. Two, make education free. And don't you ever try to convince me that we cannot afford it. It is not true.
Yeah.
Somebody calculated in parliament. He said there is this fund, bursary a governor, bursary a MP, there is government scholarship and bursary.
Yeah.
You remember that calculation?
Actually, it was Fanya Mambo Kinodhia.
Oh, then he said, Fanya Mambo Kinodhia. And they said, if you put all these monies together with the money given to TSC and what have you, you need very little else to offer free education. It's just like health. If you look at the allocation to health, to counties, and what remains in the national level for referral hospitals and what have you, and the insurance, and if you put that money together, you don't need SHA. You just need walk in, walk out. A country like Kenya will continue to lose its citizens to diseases that are completely treatable because the average citizen cannot afford health care. And even if you made SHA 50 shillings, there are still millions of Kenyans who cannot pay you, who cannot pay that 50 shillings. So given the level of poverty in this country, the socioeconomic status of this country, you can only give free. And if we did it, it is doable. The money already being allocated to health is almost enough because this country has sufficient infrastructure, beginning with the referral hospitals, Kenyatta, what have you, to what we used to call provincial hospitals, what we used to call district hospitals, what we used to call health centers. Now they have different names, county this, county level this, all these names. The infrastructure is in place. All you need is to supply medicine, drugs, and other usables, and pay medical staff, health workers well. They are there. And like many other countries around us, we have more doctors than we need. We have more nurses than we need.
And teachers.
Deploy them. Teachers. My own daughter, we call them daughters, my brother's daughter. First of all, my late brothers, I worked with her. She got TSC teaching after she had been out for 12, 13 years.
What?
Yeah, that's UQ. They queue for 10, 12, 11 years.
To get employment or to get a number?
No, a number you get immediately after you graduate.
Okay.
But now to be absorbed by TSC. I now have one. Again, my brother's daughter.
Yes.
She has clocked 12 years. She's teaching for somebody at 7,000 shillings. In Kwale. Far.
And this is
even my brother is there now.
This is a graduate.
No, these are P1 teachers.
P1 teacher. But
graduates like 5, 6. I don't know have the number of years. But they also stay, especially for certain subjects. For primary school, it is 12 years. By the time you finish, you are almost retiring. By the time you get the job. And
let's not forget the amount of money you paid in tuition just to get that qualification.
So look here. This is a country that should have a conversation only around free education. Anything else you talk about free education, forget. Because we are there. We are the ones who will tell you children are not attending classes because they are hungry. Children are dropping out of university because they can't manage.
Yep.
Parents are selling their small pieces of land to sustain their children in university. We know. They talk to us. We live in this country. So you cannot ask us to clap for you what you have done in education when education is completely dead.
Yeah, so again, going back to the standard, they said that he cherry-picked successes and overlooked pressing issues such as chronic healthcare gaps. And you had just started talking about the healthcare system.
Paul, so the president now says, for example, if you may indulge me.
No, please go ahead.
The president just says, they said yesterday, they have increased allocation for cancer patients. How can you charge cancer patients? Cancer is ravaging this country. The story of what we need to do is another story. In fact, there are people who we are getting cancer here because of our own greed and carelessness. The things we are consuming, approved by our health, by entities, agencies that are supposed to ensure we don't just eat anything that's dangerous, and many other things. But that aside, how can you charge a cancer patient? Cancer is destroying families because forget about losing the person because that's painful enough. But by the time you lose a person in the home, you have nothing. Zero. You can't take anybody to school. You concentrate on the cancer patient. The pain of a cancer patient cannot allow you to allocate resources to anybody. You cannot sit on your 2 acres of land when a person is in that kind of pain, and therefore you will sell a bit of that. Cancer consumes everything in the home. Kuku inauzwa yote, ng'ombe inauzwa, mbuzi inauzwa, shamba inakatwa. The president cannot talk about increasing allocation for. The president should be saying, we are going to treat cancer patients free the way we do for TB.
Yeah.
You get it? That anybody with cancer will receive free. Before we get to free healthcare, which is where we should go, which is where the next government should be, if they come into power, the government can City Muga. But before we get there,
yeah,
I want to hear the president saying, we know cancer is ravaging people economically, socially and economically. There is a bit the government can do, which is anybody with cancer will receive free. And Nani did it in Muranga. It's doable.
Kamata.
No. Mwangi wa area. Yeah. It's doable. These things are doable. Every county should have the facilities to treat cancer patients free with the support of the national government.
See, what I find strange is how in 1959 a country called Cuba, for all intents and purposes a third world country, a serious third world country, the guy who had been in charge before then, a guy called Batista, had ravaged that country completely. When Castro and his band took over, healthcare education free, meaning they got in, they declared free.
And Cuba then, for a long time, I don't know the position now, has had the highest literacy rates in the world.
Yes, and if you talk about doctors who are trained, they are disproportionately many. That's why they keep allocating them and sending them to people like us and like in Angola when they needed them. Why am I pointing to Cuba? Cuba is not a rich country, but the sons of rich countries. But they were deliberate. The very thing you said, we have poor people. People are ravaged by disease. Forget anything else that we're doing, whether it's tourism. Let's focus on making sure people get educated and that they can be treated for free. Now, this government can actually do it.
Because there's enough money, which you are stealing. And let me tell you what will happen. Do you know, this is the impact. If you give people free health care and free education, you must first of all pause and ask yourself, how much money will that leave with the people?
Yes.
Families. You are not paying fees. You are not catering for health from your pocket. You can imagine even nutrition. Even the health of
everything
every
about the citizenry will improve.
And no country can progress unless you have consumers with a shilling in the pocket. Disposable income. So you are creating disposable income in the pockets of Kenyans. And this will lead to two things. One, spending, which will grow the economy. Three, saving, which will lead to investment.
Yes.
The circle will land in Form 2. So I ask myself, when I hear the economic advisors in State House, I keep wondering, how watu walienda shule gani? But you can't blame them. Because everybody ni ukora, kila mtu anataka kutengeza pesa. They know the truth, but they don't want to do the truth.
They don't want to be set free with the truth.
They don't want the truth.
Yeah.
And sometimes they are controlled by globalists who have their own agenda to destroy Africa. They are controlled by the West, who are desirous to make sure that Africa remains poor for the purposes of exploiting Africa.
Dependent. They want us to be dependent.
So that
continuously
they can
dependent.
exploit us continually. When the president talked of 5 trillion shillings, somebody said, where can we get such a money? Do you know, my friend, what God has given this country?
Yes.
Start the marine life. Lake Turkana, Lake Naivasha, Lake Victoria, the part that is ours, the Indian Ocean. If we just tapped into 20% of the potential of marine resources, of our water, 20% of the economic potential is more than the 5 trillion we'll get in a year. You go to some countries and look at the fishing that is going on in a place like Namibia. Look at the fishing gear. Look at what people are doing, fishing. If you brought that, look at Naivasha. Instead of turning already Naivasha is a conference town, a town for conference tourism.
Yeah. It is.
Instead of introducing lake tourism, in Lake Naivasha, what are we doing? We are pumping poison into the lake by flower farms. Must they be allocated there to pump poison into the lake? If you removed all the flower farms around Lake Naivasha and turned that place into a sport lake tourism, sporting tourism around the lake, for every 1 shilling, every $1 you get from the flowers, you'll get $100.
So
that's where people will be going to do lake skiing. That's where people will be holding weddings on the lake.
So what will happen to all those flower farmers?
We can relocate them somewhere. They are destroying the life in Lake Naivasha. And they are not bringing a lot of money to Kenya.
If you go to the Nanyuki area, the ones that are heading towards Meru, there are huge flower farms there.
Yeah. Take them there.
If you go to the areas of Dondori, that is in Nyandarua County, there are huge flower farms there. The point is this.
Go even to Maji Mazuri hapa Moise Bridge.
Yes, even those flower farms, there is a way, places like the Netherlands also grow flowers. That poison that we speak of need not be deposited in the lake.
But for me, I want we remove it, or we do what you are saying.
Yeah.
The lake becomes clean. There is sport fishing, for which you pay. You get it? In fact, there are things we can do in this country where 5 trillion is just a joke.
So we can get more money from the lake
than what we are getting from the fly.
All right.
That's what I'm saying. All we require is thinking. Even if we look at our national parks, we cannot have national parks in the traditional sense of the national parks. So that you want to get money from tourists who are going to scare our animals. I don't know whether you get it.
Yeah.
With the Maasais jumping from them. So what we call tourism is a few coins the tourists throw at the Maasai. Because hotel bookings are done in Europe, in China. The money remains there. What we get here is the money they throw to our waiters, tips and small little things, and and get charges and small visas. It's nonsense. Even if you are to do digital tourism, digital mapping of our parks, and charge for it. So somebody sitting in New York paying to watch lions mating in the wild, direct, you'll make trillions of shillings. What we are doing, we're just refusing to think. This country has the potential, and I'm telling you, this country has the potential to bypass Singapore in just a handful of years.
There is something here on the standard. It's about privatization. And this is proceeds will be ring-fenced for investment, and he cited global models such as Temasek and Mubadala.
Yeah, Mubadala, is it Abu Dhabi or something? Mubadala, actually,
it is.
The word Mubadala means alternative. So it's an Arabic word, Mubadala.
Yani
Njia
badala.
Mubadala.
Naam.
So it's an Arabic, so something other source. So look here, I want to give you an example so that your viewer, your listeners, and whatever viewers, and maybe yourself. There was a time we were selling Kenya Re as an entity. I don't have the figures.
Okay.
But I want to make this case. The money government wanted to sell Kenya Re at. And remember, Kenya Re owned Reinsurance Plaza, Anniversary Plaza, and I think some other
Reinsurance plazas. They had one in Kisumu, they had one in Mombasa, and then Nairobi they had more than one. Yes, they own some serious real
Anniversary
estate.
Plaza near the university, and the Reinsurance Plaza pale karibu na Jogo House.
Yes,
community.
Hapo katikati.
Look, the money the government was trying to get from the sale of Kenya Re was less than the money you'll get if you sold one of those buildings.
What do you mean?
And that's what I mean exactly. Show me one parastatal government has sold. Today they want to sell KP, whatever they are called, Kenya
Pipeline.
Sometimes you can cry. Sometimes the money that parastatal makes in a year What it makes in a year is less than what they want to sell the parastatal for. When they were trying to privatize KICC, they were saying it was not making money until people flashed out the reality. Say, see, KICC last year made this much in billions. So what are you telling us? It is games for people to steal from Kenyans. So I can never support the sale of our assets. How much was Telecom sold us? We're still paying debts for the infrastructure.
Really?
Oh, my friend. Mumias. You can call it leasing, you can call it selling, but sometimes, because human beings stay here for a very short time, the line between lease and sell is sometimes not even, it's not there. If you give somebody lease of 100 years, umempatia hiyo kitu ni yake. Kuna kitu ingine si ni yake.
Ni yake.
If you look at Mumias and the money the people are paying, if you look at the acreage of land, you just go down and begin to cry for this country. Pan Paper was sold for 900 million. Pan Paper has properties even in Nairobi. I think. I may not be right, but I suspect so. But even then, the land in Webuye alone, on which Pan Paper sits, leave alone the machinery and anything else.
The land alone.
The land alone. There has never been a sale of a government asset that realize even 10% of the value of that asset. So how can somebody stand and tell us that we want to sell public property, public assets? Secondly, you cannot on one side of the mouth talk about sovereign wealth, which is surplus, and from the other side of your mouth you are selling assets. It is those assets that you will use, because Kenya is unique. And there is a place of those parastatals within the Kenyan economic context. I know some half-baked economists will tell us, oh, government should not be in business. There are certain things which only government can do. And they will make money. They will earn dividend for the country. Okay? There are sectors where the private sector may not even perform well. There are other sectors where government competition will even enhance the sector, complement other players in that sector, private sectors. You cannot be selling your assets and then talking of creating surplus for the sovereign wealth. It's a contradiction. Show me one parastatal in this country. You know, parastatals are classified.
Yes.
The class I'm talking about is commercial. They are parastatals that were established to do business. Show me one that can make profits. One, which you want to sell. Just tell me one. Tell me, oh, hii Kenatiko iko hapa tunauza sababu is not making money, and I will show you the theft that has gone on. Why did Uchumi collapse? Did it collapse because there was no room for supermarkets?
Yet they are sprouting all over.
The blueprint that Nakumar, because that was the big entry we knew. Where do you think they got it from?
From Uchumi, yeah.
No, please, Muga, you know, I don't want you to keep forgetting. For many years, people like you and I, ukienda kwa supermarket unatumwa kwa Uchumi.
Yes.
Never mind, it was Nakumatt. Go to the Uchumi and buy.
It's like the Nissan from Thika. So long as the matatu, Nissan. Yes.
So, and for sometimes mkate ilikuwa Elliot's.
Yes.
So what I'm saying is, there is not a single parastatal in this country. There's no state corporation which was established to do business that can't give dividends to government. Not one. Give me any myself. Just give me any. Manyora come, chukua hii. And let us draw down the timelines.
Yes.
Let us say the targets.
Yes.
I say you, I've studied this parastatal, this commercial entity. I know the challenges are there. Machinery is old, what have you.
Yes.
And the way I look at it, I've talked to the experts. Give me 5 years and I'll begin turning 10 billion to the exchequer.
Yep.
In dividends every year. It's as simple. Like I look at the universities, for example, and say, if I was interviewing you to be the vice chancellor of the University of Nairobi, I've done my own estimation. If you don't bring 50 billion per year, you cannot be the vice chancellor if I'm the president.
50 billion?
Yeah. Yes. The University of Nairobi is one of the biggest landowners in this town. It has big tracts of land, big assets. It has potential to do drugs and to manufacture medicine and everything else. Agriculture, what are we talking about? Value addition. University of Nairobi is like a school like Lenana. You chase away children, you destroy their future because they don't have fees, and the The school sits on over 200 acres. My 2 children went there, I know.
True.
In the city of Nairobi, sitting on 200 acres, and you chase away children, they have not paid fees. I have given this funny example.
Yeah.
If you took 100 acres of Lenana school and just planted Dara, Napier grass, in portions of 5 acres, 2 acres, Wakikuyu hawa wamefuga ng'ombe wanakuja. Unamwambia ukishakata hii, it is so much. Kata mpaka ishe. After ya kukata, unapalilia, unaweka mbolea. Under our supervision. Ikigrow, you come back. This is your section. No child in Lenana High School will pay fees on 100 acres of Dara alone.
Yeah.
What are we really talking about?
Can keep their own cows for milk.
What are we talking
Cows
about? And this is
for
what
meat.
Wazungus were doing.
Yeah.
Schools like Chavakali were even generating their own electricity on a small river. So Africa,
Joro High School had their own farm. They had their own wheat, their own maize. They baked their own
So
bread.
you don't buy anything. You feed
Milk
yourselves.
came from, yes.
In my school, when I went to Tifos High School, these days it is called Rumo High School. And it's not on a very big land. A small thing. We used to eat food from the farm. Delicacies during once in a month, there were delicacies we used to eat from the farm. Small school on a small acreage in a cold place in this country. So this country should stop.
Yeah.
And I'm asking very politely, all of us, including the president, should stop talking about Singapore.
Yeah.
Until we take care of the small little things. Remember where I started? I said you cannot attract investment in Nairobi when Nairobi is as dirty as it is. Is it too difficult for us to clean the city?
No, it is not.
When Nairobi is as congested as it is, only a mad investor will come and live in Nairobi. Is it too difficult for us to decongest the city? When all it will take as the first step is to remove matatus, but not sending the matatu owners home, but by making them use their circles, the power of working together to be the ones to buy those transit buses. They are called what?
BRT.
Yeah, the ones in Dar es Salaam. The ones we wanted to do here, the roads. You saw roads, we marked the roads, then we forgot. If we can't do simple things like this, what conversation are we having about Singapore?
We even constructed the stage for those BRTs.
Yes, we did.
Yes.
Even the route for the BRTs was announced.
Iko hapo and well demarcated.
You know, if you went on, I know time is over. If you went on and on,
Yeah.
you talk of affordable housing and you are creating jobs. That is another joke. Instead of creating mujengo jobs, and there are not even many, let us insist the material being used on affordable houses is Kenyan, produced in Kenya. The Chinese bring everything. When that tower was being constructed at the University of Nairobi, when I stood on my third floor office kwa dirisha, hapo nyuma ndio ilikuwa kampi yao. Hata simiti inatoka China.
Hata simiti?
Yes. Chuma inatoka China.
And we have all this.
Na watumii mchanga, they come with panels
chikanisha.
Wakikuyu wamengoja wa supply mchanga.
Nothing.
That is how you'll create jobs on affordable housing. Sio vijana waende wapewe 500 kwa siku. Steel production. Cement, whatever type of cement you need will be produced in this country. And all the material, the doors, the windows to be produced in this country. Go to Mombasa today. That's the last thing I leave with you. And just sit and see what things are coming in this country. Just see. As you also see what things are leaving this country. Kama hutakaa chini uanze kulia, you are not a human being. So affordable housing can create jobs, but not those mujengo jobs.
No.
It can create if all the material being used in the construction come from this country, produced here. We only import that which we can't produce here. But when Chinese wanakuja na panels kushikanisha, instead of using quarry stones from here, instead of using our sand, instead of using our cement, and you say you are creating jobs, no.
Thank you so much, Professor Herman Manyora, for that insight and that conversation. Thank you also to you as the listener. Thank you so much for your comments as well. Pole hatungeweza kusoma zozote wakati huo, lakini you understand that the conversation was very I was so engrossed in it I couldn't even look at kando ama sideways. But we're going to be meeting again on Monday same time from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. City. Tumesemaje?
Kwaheri ya kuonana.
All right,
Kwaheri ya kuonana.
Kwaheri ya kuonana.
Mungu awabariki.
Yes.
Awabariki wasikilizaji.
Yes.
Na sana sana aibariki nchi hii Kenya tuliopewa na Mwenyezi Mungu. Na tunamshukuru maana ametupatia mengi. Na tunasi viongozi wetu waitunze nchi hii na watunze wa Kenya.
Coming up next, the Retro Box with Lady Mathai. I understand today they also perhaps they could be having a giveaway. Do stand by for that and much more.